So we are in northeastern Massachusetts. This actual area around where Arkham is just about like the main center of Lovecraft lore and the mythos. You can see Boston on that arc. Oh, I clicked over to it, but I didn't drag you guys over to it. Here, you can see, like, this is the Rockport and Folly Point, but if you look in the top left there, you've got a little bit more kind of like exploded view. And again, it is the kind of northeastern portion of Massachusetts. You can see Arkham, and again, that's the kind of center of the mythos and the center of like Lovecraftian stories. They all kind of take part around this general area here. But you can see Boston is marked. It's just not named on this map. And that is that kind of like inlet on the left side of that smaller bit of the map that's not named. You can kind of see it as a major hub there. And then we get into some of the other areas where these are real places: Newburyport, Rockport, Innsmouth, Ipswich. All of those are actual places in Massachusetts. Arkham alone is kind of a invention of Lovecraft, as well as um, the river there, but that's kind of neither here nor there. Where we are going to take place is you are all aboard a passenger and cargo vessel, the SS Essex County. You are traveling between Innsmouth in kind of that top center portion of Massachusetts, and you're heading out past Folly Point to Rockport. So on this big exploded map, you can see where Beacon Island is. You guys are basically kind of passing this point when about 8 p.m. in the evening, the light of Beacon Island goes out. And this is what guides the ship. For a lot of the people on board, you're not even going to notice kind of like moment to moment any difference other than that all of a sudden the crew just gets extremely tense. Things start to happen. There's loud banging metallic noises, and very quickly the crew starts to gather. They sound an alarm. They start to gather everybody, and you are being ushered onto life rafts. This is not the kind of boat that has like all the same like outfitting. These are just random like rowboats that are fitted onto this larger kind of cargo vessel that's kind of outfitted for transferring people as well, because they need to pay the bills. It's definitely a practical solution, and the rowboats are no different. There are moments going by before this cold evening in February. The moon is new and it is nearly pitch black out here on the seas. You are being ushered into this rowboat, and within a few moments of being pushed into the boat, there's a massive jolt, kind of a weightless feeling, and then splash. The boat hits the water below, and you are paddling for your life. You kind of hear like this last little order from the crew to row for Beacon Island. As you guys are basically, you're 100 yards or so away from Beacon Island, and the waters are just getting more and more dangerous. Um, Realistically, it's probably like, say, less than 50 yards to Beacon Island kind of thing. But you basically can see that like you've got a chance to make it to Beacon Island. If you try to go for the mainland, the storm that already is kind of like racking the larger boat is only going to hit you worse, and the chances of more dangerous ends only increases. So That's kind of the introduction moment. We put it generically as you are traveling between Innsmouth and Rockport. The ship is sinking, and you are thrown onto a life raft. And we're about to basically find out who's in that rowboat, and it is the two of you. Um, so this is one situation where, you guys could create two adventures and have four investigators on the rowboat. But in the long run, that's not necessary. This adventure can work out perfectly fine for two people, as a just as much as like having four. Usually, it's about the number of heads who are being creative more than necessarily having different people. But in the long run, maybe if something happens early on, we can kind of call on one of these other people, perhaps on one of these boats to arrive. But for now, we can basically put it to the two of you that the two of you are the ones who are put onto this boat, onto this rowboat. So this is where like the pre-generated characters are an antique dealer, uh, a bureau agent, kind of like FBI sort of investigator, an artist, and then a marine biologist. They all have their own reasons for why they're traveling this route at this time. The antiques dealer has a friend who seemingly picked up a interesting position as a lighthouse keeper on Beacon Island, which he now finds himself kind of crashing near. The artist is somebody who's looking for inspiration and they're traveling along the Atlantic coast, hoping to find it, and just so happen to be here in a storm. And maybe with an open mind, they will find their inspiration tonight, overlooking some stormy seas. The bureau agent is traveling to Rockport to take the kind of deposition of another agent who has been undercover. And that agent is also serving on Beacon Island, where again, bureau agent just so happens to kind of be crashing. And then the final pre-generated character is the marine biologist, who, in kind of a similar way, is looking to. They're just kind of traveling this eastern coast, and they're just now collecting kind of the final bits of their data for a final research paper that is essentially kind of part of their master thesis. So those are the four characters who are created for this mission, and that's where again I kind of say like we could use them, and it's going to put us in the scenario faster, but it also like this isn't necessarily a long investigation, so it's no necessary need to rush to the end. Justin, you have already grabbed the new investigator, and I could copy and create another one for Chris. If you wanted to create one in roll 20, that is a good solution to just kind of making someone. If you guys wanted to start with one of the characters who's already pre-generated, that's fine as well. But if the other person wants to create it, it might take 5 or 10 minutes to kind of get through creation. If you feel like being creative and thinking of why you're going to this island, or if you want to borrow something from one of the pre-gens, I think that's perfectly allowable. So, um, with that kind of idea, do either of you have any thoughts about like who you are and why you are traveling between Innsmouth and Rockport this February 12th, 1926?
I'm just gonna use one of the pre-gen characters.
My bad, it's also April 12th. Who
Um,
were you looking at, Justin? My bad, Chris.
yeah, I was gonna say I'm curious about trying to make my own character, just because I want to see how it works.
Gotcha. What kind of career do you think you would make, Chris? Do you have any thoughts about what kind of person you are?
Is there like any choices, or do you just like you can just come up with your own? It's like kind of like
Uh,
thinking journalist.
a journalist? Yeah, that's precisely why I asked you instead of like listing them off. In general, you can pretty much make whatever you want. Sometimes it's just interpreting like what you decide to be into something that's actually mechanically made for the game. So Justin, yeah, if you are looking at one of the pre-gens, you have a lot more already set, and it's kind of the situation of maybe you might need to actually like read some of the details of what they are already set up with. And then you could fill in some of the details of what they leave blank because they're all kind of given that generic name, but not necessarily gendered or named. And then I think primarily you'll just have a luck roll to decide or to determine what their luck value is. But Chris, the first step for creating an adventure for you is going to be rolling 3d6 8 times. And it can be beneficial to have a piece of paper here so you can write down these numbers.
Let's see. What did you say? What kind of dice and how many? Because I got my paper and pen.
Gotcha. 3d6.
Oh, and when I'm making my new character, do I use like character mancer or anything like from the Roll20 or?
I'm not entirely sure what Roll20 will give you access to in the Character Mancer, but I have a feeling we can make everything work that wouldn't be offered there. So if you want to just grab that new investigator, you can just do Character Mancer through there. The other thing that I put in the Discord, just for this temporary Discord, was D Hole's House, which is a free website from Chaosium, which lets you like digitally save characters and investigators, and it's a nice resource that is these days very similar to D&D Beyond. But for what we're doing here in Roll20, just Character and Mancer should work perfectly fine.
I'm gonna go with the antique stealer.
Excellent. Did you find the Character Mancer all right, Chris?
Yeah, I'm in it, and I'm in the stats, I think.
Gotcha. Are you rolling stats inside of there?
Yeah, there's a roll all button, so I think you can
Gotcha.
go there. And there you have it.
Bam. Generated nice and quickly. With the Antique Stealer, you can roll 3d6 and you'll just multiply that roll by 5 to gain your luck value.
Okay, this is funky. I put in my age, and now I have an improvement roll. Make an improvement check for EDU. I'm not sure what that does.
You're probably like effectively, if you're not a teenager, you gain a certain amount of kind of education. So what you'll do is just roll a D100. Your education value is 55. If you roll below, actually, it's an improvement roll. So if you roll over 55, you get a chance to make your education better.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Yep.
Cool.
So you can adjust your education now to 63.
Oh, it did it automatically.
Is the antique stealer already given an age, Justin? Yeah,
I'm not sure. Where's that at? Oh, back.
top left on the first page, it says like name, player, antique sealer, age 39. Have you gotten to your profession yet, Chris?
Yeah, I found it and I picked journalist because that was one.
Excellent, I had it. So when you are setting these different skills that you get to modify here, you have the option to add more and less points. I think it's based on your education value, I believe times 5. But when you're adding these points, these are to eventually do these skills, and you want to be able to roll below whatever it is you are setting. So, like, if you have a fighter brawl, like your fist fighting ability of 20, that means if you roll a 19 or below, you are successful at doing it. If you're below half, you have a hard success. And if you're below 1/5, you have an extreme success on these things. So if you want to be really, really good at something, there's definitely a value in having it over 50%, but it then takes off your ability to be good at other things as well. So that's kind of what you're doing is you're like setting all of these values. It's to determine what you'll be good at later on in the game.
Okay, I think I got it.
Okay, yeah, it's the occupation that tells you how many skills you have. So I think the journalist should be education times 4.
Yeah, and it even tells it up for me, so 252.
Credit rating is one of those things that's probably pretty new to you. Uh, this game kind of muddles the idea of spending money and turns it into a few different values, kind of like your cash, your general assets that you could liquidate over time, and then just what you can spend any day just as kind of pocket money. That way, so like you're somewhere between poor and just kind of average with a journalist. And it basically kind of determines whether like you could round up about 20 to $100 in a day. You could perhaps like liquidate some things and sell off some possessions and have like 500 to $2,500. Or any given day, you might spend $10 and not really change your financial like standing. Have you had a chance to look over your background, Justin?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you have any like thoughts on is there anything else you would carry into this other than what you've already kind of got kind of thing with that kind of background information that you have? Looks like you're just fist fighting right now.
Well, I guess if there's a possibility that Cassidy would be in trouble, I would probably take some form of like concealed weapon.
Gotcha. So you're about the same level of Chris there, where like you're actually set at 30 for your credit rating. So like cash that you could get in a day with that is like $30. The cash or wait, $60 rather. The cash that you could like gain over time is times 50. So what is that? Like $1,500. And then your spending level day to day is $10. So like you could potentially buy a firearm, you could potentially buy a knife without really affecting your actual like overall financial standings too much.
Yeah, I'll probably just buy a gun then, a handgun. I'm at 45, so he's obviously got some skills. And I assume you could get one legally because I am on the up and up, of course.
Yeah, so a Colt revolver, an M1873, is about $30. It's a range of 15 yards. You can take one shot or max out at three per round, and it is a six shooter, dealing 1d10 with a 45 caliber or 1d6 with a 22 caliber. Um, you could probably buy the 22 and not affect your credit rating at all. You could buy the Colt revolver in the 45 and let's say like lower your, not that it'll matter, but in the long run, say like lower your credit rating by like two.
Would you say the one was a 38? Or no, you didn't say that.
There is an option for a 38, but no, I was saying the Colt comes in a 45 or a 22.
We'll say I'll just go for a 22 because I'm trying to be on the low key and I'm not planning on using it. So,
Excellent. I think it's safe to say that you could decide whether your like carry holster for that has room for any extra rounds or if you purely just travel with the six that are in it.
yeah, I'm just gonna roll with the six hitter in it and like a concealed holster.
How are things moving along for you, Chris?
Oh, I'm at the backstory part, so I'm at like the end part, I guess.
So I would say, unless you have anything in mind, do you have a thought currently on why you are heading between Innsmouth and Rockport?
No, not really.
Gotcha. So let's just go ahead with you have heard from, I believe, Samuel Smith, an old friend maybe, who contacted you about the potential of a story. Maybe you are a new reporter trying to kind of get your feet wet and really get a story that's yours. And some of your old friends back home have heard that you're really kind of like looking for this. And Sam Smith is one person who contacts you and basically gives you kind of a impetus to come out to Beacon Island. Sam Smith basically will tell you there's just strange things afoot. You probably can't make a lot out about like his ranting and ravings. You can't quite make out whether he's talking nonsense or something huge is kind of happening there. But you can basically kind of get letters, almost like pen pal, kind of from Samuel, and it's things along the lines of like talking about people who watch him through the window, and just kind of these strange happenings on Beacon Island in the dark. Yeah. So I think that gives us our investigators who are kind of pushed off the SS Essex County as it kind of founders on the rocks around Beacon Island. And the two of you are at the paddles of this little rowboat. You are in heavy seas for the large boat. So the rowboat is very much being lifted and like slammed down on these big waves. You ride a lot of them, but say like kind of 5 or so foot crests at this point. For a small little rowboat, these seas are way too big. Largely, it is dark out. You are approximately a third of a mile, which I think is about an 8/10 of a kilometer away from the mainland beyond Beacon Island, but Beacon Island is closer. You can see that, and it is largely in darkness, but there's occasional thunder strikes that do light up the sky enough that you can see the silhouette of the lighthouse island. There are occasional glimpses of some sort of glow from the island, albeit extremely weak and faint. This would be the type of thing to recognize as like it might be some sort of actual incandescent lamp off in the distance, say 200 feet or like, what is that, like 80 meters away kind of situation. Off in the distance, enough that you can kind of recognize the seas are big. It is not yet raining. You're not like getting soaked from rain right now, but you can sense these winds are picking up. You can see this lightning off in the distance. It is coming to you, and it's coming quick. So if you two would like to introduce yourselves and kind of give one another your names as you're thrown into this boat and tossed off into the sea, what would you like to do? What is your name, antique dealer, sir?
I'm gonna go with Larry. Larry Croft.
Very nice. Uh, so Larry, can you introduce yourself to the other passenger who is with you?
How you doing there, partner? Larry. Larry Croft. Nice to meet you.
And what name do you have for your journalist?
Ah, his name is Frederick Brown.
Gotcha. Larry, Frederick, you've both been thrown off into the seas. You're in a small little rowboat. Do you wait beyond just knowing one another's name to start to paddle for shore? Do you try to figure out who's maybe most skilled to be paddling this vessel at this time? Would one of you like to take action and take charge? Would one of you like to do something else? Do you have thoughts on what your initial moment in the seas would be?
If you don't mind there, I'll take the reins on this one. I've got my sea legs, so to speak.
Well, you go ahead. I never been one for rowing. Thank you.
So, if you would like, can you pilot boat for me with Larry? No, Larry. It was right there in front of me the whole time.
Just so happens that I'm proficient in piloting boats.
But today you fail. So, as you kind of move closer and closer, trying to keep the paddles in line so you can keep the boat moving forward in the correct direction, you're using the guidance of Frederick to kind of keep you in line with the light And both of you are struggling through the darkness, the seas, the levels of how difficult it is to keep the island in view as you're basically piloting backwards, Larry. As you're paddling, you're pushing towards your back, and Frederick is guiding you, but he's losing sight of the island in the darkness. And realistically, you guys are just kind of foundering about the sea until eventually you hear a loud scraping as there's and all of a sudden there's just a jolt to the boat and you stop all of your momentum. Moments later the boat crashes down onto a rock below it, and you've basically run aground on a little bit of a sandbar, but you also know something more scratched into your boat. There was something metallic about how you crashed into this. Could either of you make either a simple knowledge, I believe is education, or spot hidden? Actually, knowledge might be your intelligence, but you can make a knowledge or a spot hidden check for me.
Did my roll show up? Because I think I tried to roll spot hidden. Oh yeah, it did. Hard success.
Yeah. Is one of you set to private? I'm getting from new investigator, but it's antique dealer,
Oh,
and it
sorry, that's
seems
my
like it's
fault.
private.
It was on edit mode before, and I didn't notice, but it was on whisper mode too.
Gotcha, gotcha. So I don't think Chris can see the extreme success there, but that's basically showing that you are below 1/5 value. And Chris you got a hard success. That's just showing that you are below 1/2. A lot of times those matter. A lot of times they don't. If and when we get into combat, you'll see part of how those things work is that often if you are rolling against somebody, equal has like its own determining way of things going, but besting somebody with a better success is often the way to kind of like trump something. So like if you're attacking somebody else, often getting a success is good, but getting like a harder and extreme success is more likely that your will be done. But for now, you guys do recognize that there is metal, and it seems to be metal from a ship has ground into the bow, the keel of the boat, and kind of anchored you all into the sandbar. This metal digs deep into the actual sandbar where you've run aground, and from what you can see, there's no identifying marks about it. But there's also like no barnacles, there's no sign of it being here for quite some time. Some ship crashed here. Neither of you can recall anything recently talking about a ship that went down near Folly's Point on Beacon Island, but this appears to be, like debris from the sinking of a vessel and recently.
Well, looks like we're not the first boat to find this little sandbar here. I wonder if we're going to be able to get out of here. Is there a possibility for us to tell? Are we on Beacon Island, or can we see Beacon Island from where we're at?
You're still a ways away from Beacon Island. If you're able to get the ship free, this little rowboat free, and navigate yourself to the island, that would be better. But you also are on the sandbars that are leading up into the island. So if you had to swim, if you had to abandon your boat here, you're far more likely to make it from this point than where you got off the actual ship that crashed basically into the rocks. So you're say now like 100 feet or like 60 meter or like 40 meters from the actual shore. So you can make a pilot a boat to see if you can dislodge the ship from this little bit of wreckage and see if you can make it through the rocks and into the coast of Beacon Island before the storm comes, because you're still seeing even more thunder and lightning getting closer. Seas are getting higher, so it can get those first few drops of rain as it starts to kind of like just like froth almost, and there's like the misting from the sea.
Also, do which check on that?
My bad, pilot boat again. Oh, so as you go to like push the boat away with the paddles, there's just kind of a moment where you're maximum kind of tension on the oar and you're trying to push away to get free of this little bit of steel that's kind of dug into the keel of your vessel. And when you do finally push the boat away, you can see that there's just like a large kind of gap in between the bottom boards of this little rowboat, and you are taking on water at an alarming rate. You are going to have to swim for shore and hope that you guys can make it there with ease because your little rowboat is going under and crashing into the rocks. Can I have each of you roll a swim check, please?
Yeah, I just have to ask. There's like different role options. What do they do? Like regular, hard, extreme, verbose?
So sometimes something you're doing has like a penalty to it. So if I say just a swim check, that's just a regular roll. But if I say it has to be a hard success or it has to be an extreme success, that's not even going to show me your normal swim. It's going to give me the half or one-fifth value. So if I told Justin to pilot boat at an extreme, it's going to roll a D100 and it's going to be out of 4 instead of 20. 21 is his boat value, but a 4 is his extreme value. So it's just going to say out of 4 if you roll an extreme. But other than kind of doing the math for you a little bit, the roll is the roll. The D100 is what matters.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you. Let's see, swim.
So the seas are too much for each of you. As you are trying to swim your way to shore, you occasionally see this light in the distance that you see is more and more clearly kind of just one of the windows of the cottage beneath the lighthouse. You see the storm kind of rushing up, and at times you're thrown underwater and whirled around inside of waves for 10, 20, 30 seconds. uh, each of you has these kind of horrific moments of wondering if you're going to make it back to shore, wondering if there's any chance that you're going to make it to safety, if you are going to this, that your life kind of flashes before your eyes here. This is going to be a moment where can I have each of you roll a sanity check, please?
Oh, where's that one at?
Um, let me
Mine,
see.
I could say mine was at the top where you have like strength, constitution, everything, hit points, magic points, sanity.
Yep, it's top right. It's to the right of luck and just below magic points and hit points.
Oh, got it. Okay, sorry.
Alrighty, so both of you were successful. Frederick, you just have this horrific experience. Perhaps you've had phobias of drowning in the past. Perhaps you have a fear of small vessels. So it was an all around kind of like traumatic experience for you. With the antique dealer, Larry, you have kind of a few flashes of almost seeing like gray, decrepit bodies kind of like floating in the water. And you have moments where you're actively kind of like wondering if you're hallucinating. And just kind of hold yourself back, you staunch yourself and kind of push forward. But the two of you are able to eventually make it to the land of Beacon Island where you can see the light ahead. You come up on a small pier that's on the north side of the island, and you are overlooking this kind of like large lighthouse that sits kind of on the center of the island. You have a walkway, like a path that's kind of like dirt and stone path that leads up from this pier and towards the lighthouse cottage, as well as the actual lighthouse like steeple. And then there's like copses of trees that kind of grow around the island, kind of ahead of you. So you guys are coming up at point 9 there, the North Pier, and you're looking south towards the lighthouse. The actual beacon of the lighthouse is not making light. You can now see a little bit more clearly and consistently that there is a small glow coming from the cottage that is at the south or like below the lighthouse. But you kind of like crawl your way up to the edge of the water, crawl your way onto the pier, and gasping for air, the two of you have successfully made it onto Beacon Island as you kind of see the last kind of sounds of what is the sinking vessel that you guys were coming in. The SS Essex County is kind of sinking in the distance. You can see parts of it torn up on the rocks as the storm picks up. The rain is now going from a mist into like a light drizzle. The thunder and lightning is kind of still out to sea to the east of you some, but it's also kind of, I should have thought about the direction the weather comes from. Let's say the thunder and lightning is coming from the southwest of you, because I think it would follow the coast out to sea. So you're kind of watching this come up the coast, but it's getting closer and closer. You probably imagine at this point, like it's hitting Rockport, and Beacon Island is going to get hit by these storms in the next few minutes. Again, already you've kind of seen the difference of like the misty rain onto like a pitter patter of the first drops of rain, but you've made it to the pier.
Well, I'm glad to see we made it. I was a little worried there for a moment. Looked back and didn't see you, and then I went under for a little longer than I'd have liked. But we're here now.
Yeah, Fred will just look at you. I really don't like the sea. Oh, didn't you say you knew how to row? I didn't really seem like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to chalk that one up as an L. I'm not really sure what happened back there, but well, here's the thing, okay? I've got some redeeming qualities as well. My buddy, actually, George Cassidy, he's the one who runs this place. We made it. This is my destination, and you're my favorite guest.
Oh, that's oh, that's good, I guess. Where are we?
Well, we're on Beacon Island. I mean, given the situation, I was planning to go to land first and then make my way out here. It's sort of a inconvenient sort of shortcut, but I'd rather be here than, well, I think anywhere else.
Yeah, you're right about that. Definitely rather be on solid ground than out there in the waters.
I don't know exactly what was going on there, but from what I heard from the crew, this thing should be lit right now, and George is responsible for it. So
So while you two take a few moments to kind of gather yourselves and share that little bit of information that you have, you can hear the faint kind of whining of sort of something mechanical kind of happening in the distance. It's still picking up over the sounds of the sea around you, over the sounds of the raindrops starting to come down. Anybody who has mechanical or electrical repair? If neither of you have it, that is perfectly fine. You have a path forward. It leads up a slight incline. It's largely kind of muddy, but it does have some gravel to it. It's not like slippery beneath foot, but you can take the path that kind of winds a little bit up and towards the cottage beneath the lighthouse.
so I have 10 on mechanical and 10 on electrical.
Gotcha. So when you kind of gather yourself on that pier, you can make out the sound of an electrical generator running. And this is an opportunity for you to recognize that there's not a lack of electricity. Whatever has turned off this beacon, whatever has caused them to lose the beacon, the lamp of the lighthouse, it is not a simple lack of electricity. There is a generator running within earshot.
Now, that's definitely a generator. That thing's got a sweet hum to it. So if that's not the problem, then maybe it's something simple. Let's go see if we can't find Cassidy.
All right, you lead the way.
So, as you all head up the path, it's going to follow along the lighthouse in many ways, but you'll kind of see as the path comes up that the first split in the path basically takes you to the north end of the lighthouse cottage. You have a large kind of door with like a little four window kind of top half to it, and then two large windows on each side of that door, and they look into the cottage in front of you. You can kind of see that there's like darkness in the right window. It is dark beyond the actual door, and then there's the glow of a warm light coming out of the left window. And again, this is you walking from the north to the south, so you're looking south, and it is the left window that you can kind of see the light coming out. The path then follows around that same sort of right eastern side of the lighthouse and goes up and then into a door that is along that right side of the cottage. And then it goes back around, and I believe you would see its final connection point is someplace kind of just beyond sight, probably. But when you are walking up, do you think you would go immediately for the cottage? Do you think you would kind of walk around? Are you trying to explore the island before you go to the cottage? or do you want to get to safety before the storm actually hits and you are completely soaked by these rains?
First things first, I think we should find Cassidy. He could tell us what's going on down here. We know they've got power. His lights on. We ought to go have a look. He didn't say if he stays up here by himself, but I don't know. He's always been known to have a dame around.
So would you go for that first door?
Yeah, I'll go for that.
Gotcha. So when you split off and head towards that northern door of the cottage, you very quickly can spot that that door is ajar. It's been left open, and it kind of like blows a little bit in the picking up winds. But at present, the door is simply just left open. You can see that the curtains are drawn on each of the windows, so you can't actually like look into even the well lit one. But you can see, I think, a little bit of a glow coming out into what would seem to be an empty hallway just beyond the door.
Just like sort of introduce myself. Cassidy, you there? It's Croft. I got your letter.
Is this kind of like walking up and opening the door a little bit and putting your head inside? Are you doing this from like 5 feet back from the door and just kind of yelling towards the cottage?
I think I'm just kind of like going in, but I'm like announcing myself too. So if like all of a sudden I walk in on somebody, I'm like, oh no, I was announcing myself. You know what I mean? Kind of covering the bases. But I'm basically like walking in like I own the place.
Gotcha. So you can walk in, opening the door, you can walk in and see there's like a little bit of kind of a mud room like section immediately inside of this hallway. You can't quite make out all of the details other than it seems like there are four doors leading off of this hall, two to the right, two to the left, at like interspersed distances. They're not all equal, so it kind of has a little bit of a left right situation. There is a stair ahead of you, and you have a solid sense that that stair leads up and into the lighthouse and into like the circular stair that would lead to the top of the lighthouse. But it's basically only like three or four stairs that are straight ahead of the hall of you, about 20 feet away. This is all in darkness, and that's just what you can kind of pick up from the little bit of a glow that is coming out of the light, out of the room that is to your left. It is the closest door. It's cracked open about halfway, and you can see the glow of a lamp that's on like the other side of a door. You like can't see the lamp, but the glow is still like radiating into this hall that you can pick out silhouettes enough to kind of recognize. And I would say that's good enough to see that you could like flip on a light switch right next to you and actually have light in this hallway if you wanted to.
Yeah, if there's a light switch right there, I'll turn that on. But I'll definitely go towards the light otherwise.
Gotcha. Is Frederick heading inside with Larry?
Yeah, he would like a couple of feet behind, just like letting him go in first, seeing if anything
Yeah.
happens, then walking in.
So you see Larry ahead of you kind of walk in, announce himself, kind of like looks around a little bit before his eyes track to the light. And as he flips on the light switch, it's kind of as you're walking in through the door and approaching the same kind of like mudroom initial section of the lighthouse here. And you're inside of this little hall. There's now light on the hall, and you can see that there are two jackets hanging up on three hooks. So one jacket seems to be missing. The two that are here are both made out of like a seal skin, almost like an oil skin jacket, they sort of waterproofing. There are two sets of like muck boots, galoshes that sit in a little bit of a trough, and there's empty space for a third. There is one set of shoes that are just kind of like almost like loafers, a little bit more substantial than slippers, but not quite like it's 1926. Just think of it as like a loafer, I guess. Then there are two lamps hanging on three hooks. So there appears to be a lamp missing, a jacket missing, and a pair of boots missing kind of situation here as you guys kind of look over this initial like mudroom area. And you guys can see three coat hooks. Oh, only one oilskin coat. My apologies. Two coats are missing. Um, yeah, I think you also see that there are bullet holes in the ground inside of this hallway. Can I have either of you roll a spot hidden? Either or both of you, rather. Gotcha. So it doesn't take long for Larry to recognize that the shooter of whatever gun this was standing on top of those stairs and shot from the stairs down towards where you guys are now and hit this little bit of the hallway. Frederick recognizes kind of the same thing, having like a little sense of it, but definitely gets to the point where Larry picks it up real quick and notices that these two bullets were fired from there. Um, it actually says up the winding staircase. So I would say even further, maybe Frederick recognizes it as like from the stairway, from the other end of the hall, and maybe Larry recognizes that it's actually coming from the winding staircase up the lighthouse. But I'm going to give you guys the next little handout here is a little bit of kind of the outline of the actual lighthouse itself and these initial kind of rooms. So you are just inside of that northern door. You've called out and heard nothing in response. You now have a light on in the hall, and there's a light on in that initial room southeast of you. There are two bullet holes in that hallway, and they appear to have come from the direction of the lighthouse.
Situation appears to have escalated, my friends. Um, can I check and just make sure there's no like obvious blood or anything, right? Just like randomly two bullet holes, like misses.
Can you roll a sanity check for me, sir? Excellent. Calm, cool mind. It's nothing new to you to get into a situation where you are expecting to find traces of wounds. And with a quick search over this hallway, you do spot that between the kitchen door, which is the southeastern room, that second door on you have the opposite look of us, so it's the second door on your left is the kitchen. You can spot blood between the kitchen and the stairs. And when you are looking at this, you also spot kind of between the stairs and the like kitchen wall. There's a little bit of, you know how stairs often kind of like get wider at the last step or two to like move around the space a little bit. There's three golden coins that are discarded in this little bit of shadow. As you're tracking the blood, you spot like the little shine of these coins. But you do find three gold coins discarded at the steps there. When you take a look at them, my bad. When you take a look at them, you see that one side has a strange kind of obelisk shape. And the other side has like sigils and some sort of weird writing that you can't tell whether it's all symbolism, if it's some sort of crazy writing, or if it is some sort of other nature kind of happening here. But it just looks almost like scratch marks and representative markings. Do you have an occult level? Or do you speak any, like, non-common languages?
I don't see a cult level. Under languages, I just have English.
Gotcha, that's perfectly fine.
Where's the cult level at?
I think it's usually separated. I think cult and, mythos are, like, at the end of all of your skills.
Oh, I have a bit of a cult. It's like smack dab in the middle for me.
Oh yeah, okay, I see it. Yeah, I have 5.
Gotcha, I think that's just the general base there. But, like, looking over the coins, if either of you had an appraise, you could do appraise, you could do a cult for that 5%. Or if you have art, craft, or natural world, you could do one of those. But again, you got to be careful rolling like while I'm actually speaking. Yeah, I was gonna say if you've got one that's better than the others, do that. So the appraise is a pretty solid one. That is success. Looking over these coins, taking like that like quintessential bite into it. This is very malleable. This is pure gold. These are not like plated. These are pure gold coins.
Look, Frederick, I don't really know you, but you may be in a little bit over your head. Stick with me though. I'll cover you. But I'll show him the gold coin and let him know. Kind of like keep it hush hush. And then I'll also warn him about the blood if he hasn't seen it yet. Just make sure if he's squeamish, so he's got a heads up. And then I also want to go ahead and like prepare my gun, like maybe like pull the little like leather strap over there or whatever, and just kind of show him that I have it.
Gotcha. I actually forgot to ask Chris if he wanted to do something like that, but did you think about buying anything extra? Do you think Frederick was coming here prepared for something where you would have a weapon?
Yeah, like no, probably not a weapon, but not sure like cameras and stuff, like a camera.
Gotcha. So it's entirely possible that you made it here with your camera. That's perfectly fine. One thing to keep in mind when you are thinking about doing camera stuff is this is the 1920s. This was still kind of the day and age of flash powder. So a lot of times you are setting up a camera like on a tripod. You have a big tray that you're holding up on kind of like a monopod, and it has like a backboard almost. So the tray is quite literally just like 8 by 10 metal tray that you fill with flash powder, and you're sparking it to cause that flashing, the explosion of the flash powder, to light up your subjects from that background reflecting it when you snap the picture. So it is a thing to take a picture in this day and age. That's just one of those things to keep in mind. Like the last time I played this, I think we gave them like 1970s level of cameras where it was just like, oh, I'm pointing, clicking, and getting good photography. So yeah, you probably don't have any sort of weapon, but you do see as Larry, unbuckles that little button to make it a little bit more accessible to get to his firearm as you guys spot this blood. You may have it on yourself where you want to find a weapon. That is up to you to decide as we go forward here. But I do want to kind of give you a little bit of a precursor on combat because with a firearm, part of the bonus is that you all have dexterities, and that's when you go in combat. If your dexterity is 60, somebody else is 45, and then something else is 30, it's going 60, 45, 30 every single time. The difference is that a firearm, if it is ready and in hand, adds 50 if you're going to fire it. And that basically means that most of the time, somebody firing a firearm is going to go first in combat sort of situation. So keep that in mind that when you are readying it like that, you're not necessarily fully benefiting from it. But as far as the role play goes, like that's very solid on like the role play level of you're starting to be suspicious of your safety kind of thing. But I wanted to go over that for combat wise, so you guys could kind of recognize like that first initial level of what's going on here. But unsnapping your holster, you guys are in the hallway. You're now a little bit more on kind of the southern end of this hallway. I'm on a different map than you guys. You're now on a little bit more southern end of the hallway as you're kind of closer to the actual blood between the kitchen and the stairs. But what would you like to do from here?
So I think I would be inclined to further investigate the blood, like see is there a trail leading somewhere, is there a body, etc.
Excellent. So open up the kitchen door a little bit more. Taking a look inside, this room is dark. There is a light switch that you could flick on to turn on the lamp switch. But you can basically see that there is a door out of the kitchen straight ahead of you on that eastern side of the lighthouse. There is a door out of the kitchen to the north of you, to your left, that leads into the next room in that direction. There's a small table with 3 chairs. One of them is broken, and there is a pool of blood at the base of that chair. So you can kind of that whatever the blood from the kitchen here is from this wound, and it's been dragged out towards those stairs. But something seems to have happened here and been dragged kind of somewhere, or maybe not like saying dragged right off the bat, but like something happened here and has been taken elsewhere from this point. So 2 chairs remain intact. One of them is smashed, and there's a pool of blood beneath it. There are dirty plates in the sink, a dirty pan in the sink. I think that probably pretty covers this little bit of the kitchen here. Oh, a small wood stove as well is in one of the corners. And then there's kettle on the hearth beside it.
And did we get, was that lamp with the light coming from it in the room 4?
That's correct. Yep.
So even though the power is on, I'm inclined to go check out that lamp and see if it's the type of thing where we can like bring it with us to make sure that we have light if and when we need it, and then also to see if I could deduce like, you know, based on how much oil's in this, like does it seem like something happened like recently with this situation? I guess maybe looking at the blood too.
Gotcha. So there are two hurricane lanterns at the entrance to the hallway that you could take and use for light to travel with. I think the idea is to put the rooms as if the cottage is actually like routed for wiring. So I would say, like from the light switches that you like flipped on in the hallway, you would probably recognize that the room 4 is probably lit in a similar way by a lamp that's like plugged into the wiring of the cottage.
Okay, I got you. And then when we like look at the blood and kind of like investigate it a bit, does it appear to be like fresh or is it like darker brown and old? Like, can we get an idea based on like the size and like the overall look of it, if this was like a recent event and if it was like fatality type or if it was like, oh, I cut my hand and there's just a lot of blood?
You can roll a first aid or a medicine check. If you think Frederick is like right up beside him, like looking at these same things, you are welcome to do the same rolls as well, Chris. If you think of things that you are trying to look at yourself, please don't hesitate to like jump in as well, because again, this is what Call of Cthulhu is it's little bits of just trying to pick up whatever is happening from the clues around you.
Okay,
Um,
I think Freddy would. I think he would let Larry look at the blood, and he would. You said there was a kettle on the hearth. Yeah, he would probably go check that to see like if there's anything in it and if it's still warm.
gotcha. Okay. The sanity looks like a misclick, and that
Yeah.
17 would have been
Yeah, my bad. I like dragged my sanity thing outside the box and now it's like on the bottom left corner of the screen and then I like tried to delete it and clicked on it and so just do whatever you want with my rolls.
gotcha. The 17 would be a success on that 30. It's not a hard success anymore, but that's what I was getting at. Is it looks like the 17 is your first roll. It's just with the wrong check. And as with all rolls, I would rather always say we'll take the first roll, regardless of whether you roll the right thing. Because in the long run, Call of Cthulhu is just a bunch of D100 rolls. Everything else is just cutting out, like thinking time kind of thing. So as you two kind of do these things, you can indeed recognize that the blood is recent. It is clotting, but it is not fully clotted. It kind of tells you this wound is within an hour or so. Uh, and I think that's probably what you can make out from that first aid is the blood is recent, maybe within an hour. Moving over to the kettle, you can indeed feel that the kettle is still hot, still warm. And I would again kind of draw the conclusion as well that somebody took the kettle off of the stove and put it on the hearth to like prevent it from like continuing to boil. So it boiled, was removed from heat, and is still hot. Which again can tell Frederick, you know, people were going about a normal day to day thing almost with a hot kettle's time, which again probably sits about that like half hour or an hour and then marker.
I think like Freddy would share that with Larry. Just going, kettle's still hot.
Yeah, this blood is still pretty fresh too. I think whatever happened just happened. We might need to make some haste. You got any weapons on you?
No, not really. Guess I
I don't
guess.
know.
Sorry.
I don't know what Cassidy was into, but it's possible somebody came here and tried to do harm to him. Maybe they did, or maybe he got the jump on him. But I think we should try to find you something.
If you look through the drawers in the kitchen here, you can find a few random implements, like random knives, forks, and whatnot. There is essentially one knife that is actually sharp. So if you would like, you can take a kitchen knife, and it'll deal a D3 plus any damage bonus that you may have, which just kind of shows up in the damage bonus. It's like its own particular box. But for fighting brawl, you would be doing a D3 plus your damage.
So 1d3 plus.
Let me bring up your. Oh, did I just delete your character? Because when I clicked on Frederick Brown, it wants me to go into Character Mancer. Maybe you're not created, or you are created, and it's just giving me the option. Okay, it looks like you do not have a damage bonus nor a build. So basically, if you click to add a weapon, you can basically name it kitchen knife, keep it under brawl, damage 1d3, range. I think just leave it alone. Yeah, that looks good. So you could leave this room and go outside through the southeastern door. You could go back into the hallway through the southwestern door, or you could go north into the room that was already lit through the northern door.
So do I, as a player or a character, like have any idea which way it looks like this blood went to?
Yeah, my bad. When you first found the blood led from the kitchen up the stairs. So like down to the south and up the stairs.
Okay, so I think I would follow the blood trail then. And you said there was hurricane lanterns when we first came in. Were those lit or were they just like on display?
They were just hanging up on some of the nails at that little entrance area in that kind of like mud room like spot. There were two hanging up and one seemed to be missing.
Yeah, I think I would actually suggest or want to like get one of those lanterns and check, make sure there's some oil in it and try to get that thing lit so we do have light with us at all times.
Do you follow behind Frederick? Are you gathering a lamp as well? Or do you just want to go on Larry's lamp? Are you going to follow the blood trail or would you like to do something else?
I think he would grab a lamp as well. Uh, But he's probably sticking close to Larry, not wanting to be alone here.
Gotcha. So the two of you can go back up towards that front door, grab those two lanterns. Maybe there's a set of matches there that you can spark and light them up real quick. Maybe you have matches on you because you're a cigarette smoker. It's not a problem to light them. There is plenty of oil in each of the lanterns, plenty of signs that the wick is perfectly fresh and functional. And maybe you can see like a little bit of extra oil on the ground. So, like in a container. So, even if you used up oil here, you could certainly replenish it in the future if you needed to. But effectively, yeah, you've got two fully functional, serviceable hurricane lanterns in hand as you guys march back down and head towards the stairs that lead up and into the kind of service room of the lighthouse. This is a large circular room. There are boxes stacked up everywhere around, like the outside. You can see plenty of different signs of different like manifests in them. A lot of them are actually replacement bulbs. You can see that there's a small workbench in, it's not a corner, but let's say like the northeastern hemisphere. You can see that there's like a tool bag on top of the bench. There seems to be some sort of paper paraphernalia on top of the workbench. Let's see, you can see the spiral stair that leads up to the actual lamp room above, and you can hear inside of here a loud kind of like constant grinding that tells you that the like spinning mechanism that actually turns the lantern of the light is functional. And I think the other thing that you spot is that there is, see, I think I said the northeastern hemisphere. So let's say the southeastern hemisphere, there is another bench or table that has a radio that seems to be in disrepair. The chair for that little radio table is fallen across the ground and blocks the lowest stair of the spiral staircase that leads up the tower. So maybe it's better to put that one in the northeastern hemisphere, and we'll say the workbench is the northwestern hemisphere.
I think Frederick seeing the like radio, he would like immediately go for that. Check it out, see if we can work it in any way.
Do you have electrical repair?
I have a little bit of it.
So, with a roll that is that close, I will offer to you that there are a few options in Call of Cthulhu for modifying your own dice roll. One of them is pushing a roll, which kind of offers up something that if it were to fail, goes wrong, and it's kind of you gambling versus the dice. So you could say, like, I'd like to push the roll, and if I fail this, I burn up the insides of the radio. And it gives you an extra chance to roll to see if you can be successful. But because you're close on that one, you don't necessarily want to re-roll because a 10% is 1 in 10 anyways. But you can spend luck points to modify rolls. If you were to permanently burn 2 luck, you could turn that failure into a success. Would you like to burn 2 luck to be successful repairing this radio?
Yeah, I think I would. So
So
It,
when you go into your luck, you can actually modify it and just lower your total by 2. But you spend a few minutes kind of messing around with the radio, every once in a while, kind of like tapping the little button to see if there's static on the other end, and there's not. But over the next few minutes, you do manage to get the radio working. You can hear static. You can now broadcast over the station, and you can make a decision what you would like to do. In the meantime, though, while Frederick is working on the radio, what would you like to be doing with Larry? Are you just kind of waiting and watching? Do you have thoughts on what Larry is doing?
I think I'll just focus on kind of watching his back, but I understand that we are really stranded on this island, so the radio is important. So I won't go far. Maybe I'll investigate the little um, desk over there, the other one.
Gotcha. Do another mechanical or electrical repair for me from Terry then.
you mean from Frederick?
Nope, nope. Oh, Larry, my bad. I'm not sure why I want to call Larry Terry.
I know why.
Why?
Everybody's favorite goblin is Terry.
Terry Chin?
All right, so you want me to do electric repair? You said.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, electric or mechanical. It's your choice which one.
I'm not sure what's happening. It's not like rolling when I click on it.
Are you set on edit mode?
No, it looks like something happened with like all the like player sheets. Like there was like 6 or 8 before, and now it's like only the two, and so now the sheet seems to be different.
Oh shit, did you modify the other antique dealer? This looks like you.
No, no, this is the right sheet. It has the sanity. It has the pistol. It's just like something's different about it. Like when I click on the things, it's not rolling over.
That did it for me. Um,
Let me refresh. Maybe like something got hung up with the game or something. Yep, there it worked now.
excellent. Okay, so while he's working on the radio, you head over to this workbench and you can find a tool bag with, a couple of screwdrivers, Phillips, flatheads, small hammer, like ball peen hammers, just kind of a generic, like 10-pound tool bag. It's got a lot of those just often used things that you might be needing. So it's a potential resource that you now know where it is. But there's some like small hand tools there. And the interesting thing comes in the book that is below it. You basically spot this book and you can make out that there are very routine records of the checks done to the lighthouse. And as you're looking over this, the only thing that kind of like steps out to you while you're looking over it is it seems like there was a lamp burnout on February 12th. You can't quite make out exactly what like the technical details are saying. Just kind of the recognition that it seems like it was a premature lamp burnout on just a day of adverse weather. Um, and what is that, like 2 months in the past? But otherwise, everything is just like routine maintenance. Checking this, it's good. 2 days later, checking the same thing, it's good. And it like the logbook just repeats those things. So once Frederick gets the radio working and functional, what would you like to do with your radio?
I guess I'm not really sure how he would do it, but like try to contact, I don't know, Coast Guard, anything, like try to get in contact with anyone answering, just to give like a bit of an SOS, like our our ship like sunk and we're stranded on Lighthouse Island. No way to get there.
Excellent. So you do indeed go to contact the Coast Guard. You can give a mayday for the SS Essex County, and they can send out for rescue. Um, they basically give you a time frame of a few hours, sort of situation. They kind of warn you that one, they never actually got a mayday from the actual Essex County, but they will send out rescue to gather you up from Beacon Island. They don't give you a good time because the storm is picking up and kind of reaching sort of its heights as you're sending this message. And really, they just don't know how long it's going to take them to get rescue to you here on Beacon Island. But they do assure you that you are safe and they'll be there soon. There's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, somehow I don't believe that.
So you don't really see any more signs of like where the blood has led to in this room. It's really just like up into the stairs, and then the blood is relatively like, lost as far as a track goes. But you could continue up the stairs or you could go somewhere else in the cottage. But basically, the lighthouse is like search through some of these boxes, go up the stairs, or go somewhere else.
I think now that we've signaled for help and let them know, I think we should head up. It does make me a little curious, though, that you haven't seen any other survivors. I would imagine this is where everyone would come.
You all haven't heard any other sounds other than the hum of the generator, the sound of rain and wind. Everything has been like that kind of monotonous. It all happens over and over again. There's not like sounds of doors opening and closing. There's not clues that other people are around you. This place sounds eerily quiet for wishing and whirling winds, crying rains hitting the roof of the cottage, and the whirl of the generator.
One step at a time, and I'll just kind of like look over towards the stairs.
Well, he seems to be the one who knows the guy who lives here. You first?
And before we step up, I'm going to show him my gun and hold it up and just show him like where the safety is, how to load it. See if he knows how to work a gun. Um, just in case, got to know how to use it. I've only got the one, but something happens to me.
Did you put any into firearm with Frederick?
Yeah, I put a bit, like, yeah, like I said, like 20. So he knows, like, basically point at things and shoot. Not Probably not how to aim properly, things like that. But
And that's in pistol? Like firearm, I think can split up into pistol, shotguns, and rifles.
oh yeah, it was a handgun.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, so 20%, like that's not the starting percent. You actively put percentages into them. I would say that's general gun knowledge, like how to be safe with a gun, like the general rules, as well as probably the first bits of like learning to squeeze rather than to pull the trigger. Knowing that like a tight, firm grip is going to give you, you're not an amazing shot, but you know the basics kind of thing. And it also probably will, again, kind of reminder, like taking one shot is like your normal roll. If you fire two or three shots, the limit of that pistol is three shots. You take two penalty dice. So you would roll three dice for the tens value and take the lowest of them, and then one dice for like the single digit value, and you just like take that one. But it makes it extremely hard to hit when you fire three times, but you're also firing three times as much. So you can start to walk up the stairs. You guys would, I think it was Larry who had the extreme success, like recognizing like where somebody would have shot from on these stairs to land their bullets in the hallway position where you found them. So you can stop at that moment and kind of like look to, it's your right to the north and see like this is where somebody had a gun. You might even like extend your arm without a pistol in the hand and like mimic those two shots. But you can kind of recognize this is where somebody fired. There was something probably coming up those stairs while this person was fleeing up these stairs. Um, and that's like a right-handed shot, whereas it would be weird because lefties are all weird. If somebody was taking the shot like lefty, they would be elsewhere. But you can follow that up. Otherwise than that, you basically climb almost all the way to the top before anything else kind of catches your eye about heading up these stairs. And effectively here, you are coming to the kind of landing at the top of the lighthouse, where there's like a little landing and then a separate staircase into the lamp room. And this is kind of like um, the corrugated metal that almost has like diamonds stamped into it. So it has grip for you to step on to make it so you can walk on it, but it's still pretty slippy kind of situation. Um, so you're kind of stepping out onto this. It's a little bit slippy for its own sake. You can tell that this metal is wet. You can now feel that there's rain kind of getting gushed in through the lamp room above you, and it's kind of coming down on top of you. I think you're in the lamp room. I think it makes more sense to say that this is like walking into the lamp room. And you can see the light kind of like rotating in the center. It is dark. There's no light coming from the lamp. You spot that there are multiple bodies on the floor up here. There's one right next to the top of the stairs where you are, and that person is some sort of humanoid wearing a big jacket, looks like a big man. There's another man who's lying down who's not wearing any sort of jacket. He's kind of in just like normal, almost like slacks t-shirt, or not t-shirt, but slack shirt and like suspenders. And he seems to have this fish-like creature that is biting onto his neck. And there's another of these fish-like creatures that are right next to him. As you walk into this room, I need a sanity check from each of you, please. Frederick just knew it was ready, like was going to happen. You're all over that.
Apparently.
Each of you are going to lose one sanity as you discover this scene. So, as you kind of walk up into this scene, the first thing that you see is part of why this room is extra slippery is that blood is like dripping down the steel just as much as water. There are two broken windows in this room, and that's letting in water. That's washing away some of the blood, but it's also kind of coating more and more of the surface, making it more and more slippy. The person who is closest to you, the first one that you might spot and look and make sure that it's not George, to make sure that your friend is all right, you immediately see this weird flat face that is almost like squished in from the sides. The person almost has big bulbous eyes kind of sticking out, and his face is so weirdly shaped that it's almost like the eyes are on the side and they're like bulging out of his skull. But then you notice he's got these weird little protrusions on his neck, and it almost looks like he's got some sort of skin condition. As you're holding the lanterns above his head, you can kind of see that it's almost like his skin has turned like gray and it seems very patchy. This seems like a very sick person, and each of you kind of latches on to that's just a sick person with some horrible skin issues. Clearly, this is just you're just kind of like getting past the logic of what you're seeing. Until you get to the next body, is when you recognize that this is George Cassidy. And he is like dead on his stomach. There is one of these creatures like bit down onto his neck, and you can see that this creature has a bullet wound like through its stomach. It largely looks like a fish, but it has big human muscular legs, and it seems to walk almost humanoid despite having a fish like body. You can see that it almost has like scaled duck-like legs and fins, big bulging eyes protruding from the sides of its face, and the other fish thing is right next to George, and that one has a wound through one of its big bulbous eyes and just goes right through into the creature's like skull. Yeah, so that's kind of the scene you're walking into in the lamp room. What further investigations, what further things, what catches your interest as you see this bloody scene where apparently four, maybe two people have died?
So George looks dead. Are these creatures like alive still and they've just been shot, but they're like actively feeding on him?
Roll a first aid or a medicine. Are you kind of on the same thing there, Frederick? Are you just looking to make sure that everything is dead here? that nothing is alive?
Yeah, probably. And his second idea is probably like try to get a picture of it if he can. We try to set up. Not sure.
Gotcha. So you could roll first aid or medicine as well. So the two of you can both roll that just to see what you can see right off the bat. And then Frederick starts to set up to take a picture of it. Both of you crushed it. You're not really going to pick up too much more as far as things go. You do see that George was shot twice, like through the gut kind of situation. My bad. No, I was saying the creature that was closest to the stairs, the human like one that almost has like weird skin diseases, was shot twice through the gut. George Cassidy, you can see, seems to have bled out from the actual like creature biting into his neck. And that creature seems to have died basically while it was attacking him. So if Frederick then starts to set up his camera, preparing a little bit of like the flash powder to actually get a photo of this, what would you like to be doing with Larry?
I guess I will. And I don't know anything about lighthouses, but I guess I would try to like look and see if it appears we can like change out the bulb or something.
Roll a spot hidden for me. So you can see that two of the panes of like the outer wall of the lighthouse have been shot out, and that seems pretty clear. When you're kind of like looking through this scene, you do spot that the lens that actually focuses the bulb has been shot. And that's going to be enough to basically recognize that as far as fully repairing the lighthouse goes, it is going to need a new lamp lens. But like the lens, the bulb, and then those two windows are needed to get it back to like full use. But the lens and the bulb would get it back to, like 99%. You don't want those windows broken out, but you could make do. And then I would also say when I should have switched the order of this. When you guys check on Cassidy, I think you would see that he has a heavy purse that is filled with gold coins, as well as he's got a leather, like a thong, like a leather strap that's like tied around his neck, and hangs from it is a Colt six shooter, and that Colt is currently emptied. All of the 6 rounds have been fired.
Can I see if it's the same caliper as mine?
What is the damage value on the one that you picked up? Did I even tell you that with a 22?
think you said that 22 is D6.
Gotcha. Let's say this is a 38. So this is a D8 damage on this one. So this is an M1877. I think I said yours was the M1870 something else. So it's a very similar as far as everything goes. Like the cult 6 shooter is like the same gun. There's slight differences because yours is a 22 versus this one being a 38 special.
It's like you fired all the shots in a hurry. Maybe some extra rounds around here, but it's not the same caliber as mine, or I'd tell you to take half these. And we're basically in like the very top part of the lighthouse now, right? Like there doesn't appear to be like any other ways to go or anything.
Yeah, at this point, this would be the top. This would be the actual lamp room that's like rotating in the center, and you guys are in that like outside kind of donut.
I think I'd have a closer look at the humanoid with the funny skin.
So looking over him, you could either do like natural world or science, biology, or zoology, if you have any of those three. Excellent. Oh, I didn't mention it before because this is again just a one shot. Um, but in campaigns, every time you have a success, you kind of like mark that you've done something successful. It gives you the chance to improve it like between. So we could always like go back and look over these things to do successes, but like in the long run, it's good to pay attention to when you get your first success at everything because that matters on your ability to improve it between chapters. So, with a regular success looking over these creatures, I would say you can pick up qualities between like the humanoid one and the fish like creatures that kind of show you or tell you that this is some sort of almost blend of these two things. It's not quite human, it's not quite one of the fish like creatures. It has some of the anatomical things of like a human, like having almost like the five fingers, but it has some of the anatomical things of a fish-like creature, like these protrusions on its neck that seem to perhaps be gills. So you kind of have like the idea that this appears to be almost like a hybrid of like a human and a fish, perhaps with kind of the qualities best suited to both in different ways. Um, but I'm also going to say, kind of like looking over like the actual fish creatures as well, these strange things, you also notice that they have scaly protrusions all over their bodies. They're well armored by how their flesh produces these hard, um, like flakes almost to their skin. And it's just kind of recognizing like the fish scales are a natural sort of armor. It seems when George shot this one in the eye, that is a weak point. When George shot the other one in the stomach, that is a weak point. And perhaps George was extremely lucky that he shot these two where he did. So, grabbing a pretty similar picture to the little handout that I just showed you that has the hybrid and the other fish like creature on it, you guys kind of are in the whole of this room, and realistically, like that's kind of a moment of everything's like done up here unless you had another thought about what you were doing.
I think Frederick's pretty much done. He's gotten like a photo. guess he would take pouch of gold with the gold coins, because that's like interesting. And I missed if Larry took the gun, but otherwise he's taking the gun as well. So even if it's empty.
Yeah, I think
So
I would
you-
suggest to like search for any more ammunition, puts like on the bodies, and then also, do we recognize like similarities between the like coat that the one skin disease creature is wearing compared to like the ones that were hanging up?
um,
I guess my
I would
question is,
say
I guess my question is like, are we getting the impression that there's like a person or like character that's still like kind of missing from this equation?
so. There is a reoccurrence of threes going on. That there were three hooks where there should have been three jackets, one was missing. There were the space for three pairs of boots in the like water collection, like tin beneath the boots. One set was missing. There were three chairs at the kitchen table. One was broken. Um, there is a certain reoccurrence of threes going on here. You guys haven't gone into some of the other rooms to spot more information about threes, but at this point, I would say you have a certain understanding, or at least could recognize that there appears to be two people who are missing. Maybe this creature up here that's fish like and is human like is one of those people, but you have a feeling you're looking for three actual human beings here. So I would say that is one thing to keep in mind. That you probably do recognize that there is currently two people who are missing. You've only found George Cassidy. One of the other things is I would say I would put that creature as not necessarily wearing something that puts it as like a lighthouse attendant, so much as just somebody who is generically from the New England area, Massachusetts coastline. Like a rain jacket more than it's a big oilskin. I think the oilskin kind of betrays that these people are here during the winter time, whereas a rainproof jacket just kind of says, I have the ability to stay dry in adverse weather. So I think there would be a little bit of a difference there because the lighthouse does exist here through the winter on a normal basis. Those oilskin jackets are very big coats for being cold or for being in the worst of conditions, kind of thing.
And then, Chris, did you like thoroughly search the body when you like grabbed the gold and the gun?
No, I did not.
My bad. Yeah, you guys would have found essentially George had little else on him other than like the gold and the gun were on him. There's not necessarily anything else to to be spotted there. What were you going for there? Where you randomly just rolled a critical success?
Yeah, I was just trying to drag the window where I have everything up and accidentally pressed education.
Wah, 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 wah.
It is funny that we rolled a 100 and a 1 today. Like, that's pretty uncommon. But
Any
yeah, it
other
sounds like we've like pretty thoroughly explored this area and everything. I would say like maybe head back down. You guys want to do like a quick little break?
I am always down for a break. Let's take a little bit of time here. As always, if we come back in 15 minutes, great. If we come back in less time, even better. We will rejoin once the three of us have returned.
All right.
I'm
Did
back
you
whenever.
step away? Did you step away, Chris?
I have not heard in it. The old fish people plot line.
It's kind of massive spoilers, but if you if you read Lovecraft, as soon as somebody says Ipswich or Innsmouth, you just know fish people.
Right, it's like that part of the country, like the New England area is like automatically like all the like lighthouse, like fish people, like mythos.
Yeah, it was a big part of what he wrote. Because like one of the things I keep in mind is like he never really like described Cthulhu even like all that much. Most of what's been like written about a lot of these like creatures has just been developed like over time because part of why he was such a good writer is because he didn't describe stuff. He told you about things that were indescribable, and that was, what made his stuff. But like what he would often do is have these like fish people on the coast. Um, this is essentially where he lived, but like fish people on the coast, and they served these different gods. So these were like what was evident of the gods.
Hello, I'm back.
Excellent. So at this point, without necessarily forcing you guys to go into it, you are welcome to step back. We'll put you kind of like walking back down the stairs of the lighthouse. You are now walking back down the stairs, looking at the hallway from north to south this time. You basically have a small room to your left with no lights on. You guys have basically turned the lights on to the kitchen to your right. The other door in front of that is still cracked and there's light coming in from it to the right. The door out of the cottage, and then the room to your left with the full size door is also dark. So both rooms on the right are lit up. Both rooms on the left are currently dark. The hall light is still on. What would you guys like to do?
Oh, let's check this place out some more. Sure we didn't miss anything, and Frederick will go for the like immediate door to the left.
Gotcha. So, like most of these rooms, if you would like, when you go in there, you can immediately flip a switch that turns on a little incandescent light bulb that can shed light in the room. You guys, I believe, still have those hurricane lanterns. If you just want to light it up with the lantern, that's fine. It doesn't take you but a moment or two to realize that this is effectively the larder. It is the storage for food. There's dried, canned, and what is it, like preserved foods in this. Overall, you can see it's enough for a couple of people. If you guys have made the connection to that it's three people, you can see that it's enough for three people to survive months on this island.
Seeing that, we just go, well, at least we won't die of hunger. That's something.
Storms seem pretty bad, but I can't imagine it'll take them too long to get here. Careful with that piece when they do. They'll be looking for it.
So there's one last room that is in darkness on your left, or the room on your right that you've not gone into.
So we can go check the other one on the left there. The like sleeping quarters, it looks like.
Gotcha. So same idea. Whether you guys are flipping on the lights or just investigating with the lanterns, you are bringing in a light source into this area. You can quickly see there are three neatly made beds. Each one has a cupboard next to it that is filled with linens and bedding. One of them just has linens and bedding. Two of them you can spot have personal effects. Um, different, like, say like extra shirts, different socks, like underwear, like soap, shampoo. Like, again, the one just has linens, just has bedding. There's no real extra stuff in it. But two of them you can tell are like the cupboards of somebody who uses these things. But all three beds are neatly made.
I think Frederick will.
Um,
Oh, sorry.
my bad. What were you thinking with Frederick?
Yeah, I was just thinking who's gonna check out like the cupboards with the personal effects, see if we can find anything useful in them. See if anyone stashed something or hid something or anything.
You can make out that. Well, I was going to say Larry can figure out pretty quickly that like this set here belongs to George Cassidy. Um, so you can pretty quickly like kind of go from the personal effects to recognize like what belongs to Cassidy. Um, and then you can make out that the other effects are from a man named Michael Turner. But that's kind of what you can pick up from it. Cassidy has one of the cupboards, Michael Turner has one of the other ones, and then whoever the third one is that seems to have been, it seems to be like empty.
And we would just continue on into that other room we didn't look at yet.
Gotcha. Going into the initially lit room, you guys can immediately see that there are like three chairs that are just kind of like vaguely sitting roughly in the center. There is a roll top desk, basically like immediately behind the door to the left of the door, near where the front window that you initially saw light kind of escaping from is looking. And then there is a small drawing desk that is right in front of the window on the eastern side of the room, as well as obviously the door to the south that leads into the kitchen. Um, Table on the outer wall as a wooden chair. I think that has fallen over, and the roll top desk has a similar wooden chair that is not like it's two chairs for the two different desks. One of them's fallen over, and then three chairs in the center that are all kind of like cushioned, almost like relaxation, kind of like plush. There are books and paper paraphernalia on the table, and then the roll top desk is shut.
Frederick will go to the roll top desk, see if we can open it.
It is closed, but it is unlocked, so you can indeed open it. You can find Inside, there's a half empty, relatively still warm coffee cup. Bunch of stationery, envelopes, there's stamps, paper, bottles of ink, pens, plenty of writing materials like that, all kind of scattered about. And then there is a mess of invoices as well. Um, appears that somebody has been sending out for coin appraisals, and they've been receiving these back from different antique dealers. Most of them quoting between $2 and $5 as the value of the gold coins, and most of them are dated from late February 1926. If either of you has the appraise um, skill, you can roll an appraise here to see about those valuations. Larry, you can recognize that while many of these people are offering unfairly low values, there are a few that the $5 valuation is quite good. Like for you to pick them up at $5, you would still be able to turn a healthy profit. If you pick them up at $2, you're kind of taking somebody for a ride kind of thing. So you can recognize that a few of these antique dealers are definitely a little bit less scrupulous than the ones who are offering 5. And you can recognize reading over them. Many of them basically say, "Dear Mr. Cassidy," and then have some sort of apologies, as they can't figure out the coin's origins by that description. But they're all very eager to study the coin to see them in person. My bad. I kind of tacked that in there. Some of the replies would have been some of the earlier replies you can see are from not only antique dealers but librarians and universities. So he started by trying to get people to help him identify them, and then he started to try to get them evaluated for the price based on the gold.
But nothing really about the origin or anything.
Um, roll a library use for me, Frederick. Yeah, nobody seems to be able to like gather or give any sort of origin. Um, they're all kind of like stumped by the description. They all kind of end in some sort of curiosity. That's kind of one of the examples. There's the handout that actually is the letter that you can see, but if you just want to have like clear and easy to read script, just scroll down.
And do we know anything about this Innsmouth place?
I believe we have you all leaving from Innsmouth. As far as things go, it's just kind of a creepy, weird fishing town, I would say, is most of what you would get unless you guys, had further reason to like know about it. And that's where I would say if it were in a campaign dealing with Innsmouth, maybe. But for now, I would say it's just kind of ignorance.
So I think being an antique dealer, I would sort of recognize what's going on here, and that maybe the gold coins were what he contacted me about initially, and that somebody might have tried to kill him to protect him. But that doesn't really like draw any conclusions with like the fish people and like the crazy stuff. There has to be something else to kind of put the pieces together. We've pretty thoroughly like investigated this entire building, right? But there was like two more small buildings.
I believe, yeah, you kind of had like further buildings that the path outside led to. And right now, like you've opened the top of the roll top desk, you've not necessarily searched through the roll top desk. Like there's a drawer on the right side of it, drawer on the left side of it. And then you've gone over none of the papers that are on top of the desk that looks over the window on the eastern side of this room either.
So I'll have a look at those papers then, the ones by the window.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think Frederick will just keep looking in the roll top desk, like the drawers and everything, see what he can find.
Gotcha. So looking over the desk in front of the window that overlooks like the eastern side of the cottage, that desk is covered in like a few different books on like bird watching, on like maritime, like boating and whatnot, like kind of like levels. It has maritime tales rather, repair manual for the actual lighthouse, and then you see that there's like a bunch of paintings, a bit of pipe tobacco or pipe tobacco and a pipe, binoculars and a sketchbook, pencils and watercolor paints. But all of this kind of like sits on top of a bunch of different paintings as well. Um, the roll top desk has a locked left drawer and the oh wait, no, opposite. The right drawer is locked and the left drawer is not.
Yeah, then I think Fred will start with like the left one that he can open immediately.
The left drawer has has a small like kind of like velvet case that's kind of pulled open. You can see the empty place where a handgun should sit, and then there are 6 rounds of ammunition like still inside of the velvet, that are like kind of inside of this drawer.
Oh, that's a great find. Here, take the 6 bullets. See if it can
Yeah,
like fit in the revolver.
it doesn't take you but a moment to see that one, the revolver would fit perfectly into the little velvet indentation. And then when you try the rounds in the revolver, ejecting the old ones, you can immediately put in these. They are 38s, and fit in for that. So you have a fully loaded revolver now. And then looking over the paintings, can I have you do I think art sketching or art painting? Art, craft, painting, or sketching. Do you have either of those with Larry?
I don't actually see those. It's not like in alphabetical order. Like I
Yeah,
should.
I have a feeling this one. My bad. What were you saying?
Oh, I just have like appraised, then archaeology, then charm, like nothing in between.
Gotcha. I was about to say I have a feeling this is one of the ones that it only shows up when you have it. So if you had it, you would see it in alphabetical order. Roll a luck for me. So while you're flipping through, there's definitely a lot of different sketches and different paintings. And you can kind of see like often something is sketched and then often there is a painting that follows. Very uh very much like with each one. You almost always have like the sketch kind of coming up before the painting, or like with how they're probably situated, maybe the painting and then the sketch is right behind it. But there seems to be like a method of reference material and then the actual painting. One of these pieces is a painting that is done, and it's basically of a wall and a black framed window, and there seems to be just kind of like two eyes, almost like floating in silhouette, like staring in through the window. And you kind of have this sense of this is a person who seems to have like sketched and painted on the same piece of paper, as if the sketch was done and the paint was applied as soon as possible to kind of like capture this like feeling of being stared back upon. You can't quite make out too much about what it is, but it just kind of takes you a little bit to maybe like recognize that like this one piece without a painting or without a sketch is the sketch in the painting. And creepy thing staring back has that almost kind of like flattened sort of face of that hybrid creature that you saw upstairs. The eyes set off to the side, kind of like match how this weird kind of feeling of these eyes reflecting back on you are. And as you're kind of just like looking over this, you notice that the wallpaper is the same wallpaper of this room. And you look at the window in front of the desk. You look at the painting. Look at the window in front of the desk. And this is what you are seeing. Were you sitting in that desk, looking at that window? And apparently somebody is staring back at you. So you've opened up the one drawer, found where the gun would have been. There's another drawer on the desk that you could try to unlock. You could look for a key. You could try to break it open. Um, you've searched through the paintings and apparently found one piece of note that has a creature kind of staring at the artist in question. What kind of thoughts do you two have as you come to these?
I think lock drawer. I have locksmith, but I don't like have any tools. But I think like could I look for sure like go back into the room with the personal belongings, see if I can find like bobby pins or something, and like try to make makeshift fix.
Gotcha. If you have locksmith, you can definitely make a pick check to try to pick open the lock. When you are looking over things, kind of like looking for a key, though, it doesn't take you long to actually recognize that the left drawer, part of why it was open, is because the key is broken off in that lock. Somebody was trying to unlock that drawer in a hurry, and they broke the key.
Right. Then I'll try the locksmith. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, so you can't quite get that lock open. If you wanted to, you could try a strength check to break the drawer. Or if you wanted to, also, that's one of those things. Like you could burn luck, you could push the roll. Pushing on a locksmith is a good one because you've got a 76% chance of being successful. 3 out of 4 tries, you should be successful. So pushing it isn't necessarily dangerous. But again, pushing is one of those things where you have to tell me, like, what are you gambling? Is pushing it maybe that you're using that kitchen knife and you lose your stabbing implement if it breaks? You can kind of gamble like that.
Yeah, I think I would do that. Like push and gamble the kitchen. I like maybe like using that as like try to force the lock.
Gotcha. So just do another locksmith and see if you are more successful on this push. If something does fail, it's catastrophic. Um, so the knife is going to snap and break. And you are going to take a D3 damage as the knife stabs into you. So you are going to take 1/2 of. Oh, ouch. Take 3 damage as the knife breaks and the tip flies out of it, stabs into your cheek right below your eye, and you just start to bleed a little bit. But the drawer is open. It was enough that you can get inside, and there is a small journal, about a 6 by 8 inch journal inside that you guys can find. George Cassidy's journal. And this is another one where there are the pictures, but you could also have the actual breakdown of what he writes in the journal there. I would say that Larry, as you're going through the paintings a little bit more, you do have another set that kind of jump out at you that are dated from February 13th and February 14th. One of them is the sketch on the 13th, and then the other one is the painting the next day later of that same subject material. And it just seems to be a painting of the thicket of trees that's kind of around the lighthouse here. And it just seems to focus on the trees, but there's just a weird drawing of your eye towards this silhouetted character who seems to just be standing just out of sight, just inside of the trees. And you can almost get a sense of wondering if the character is even meant to be there in the picture. If somebody was drawing the thicket and they added this character. Um it's not as clear about whether the character was an original thought as part of this, but there's just that kind of strange, it's just a little bit extra darker black right where their silhouette is, that kind of shows you there's a humanoid who's just standing just outside of the picture, just off in the shadow. So George Cassidy's journal has a rough sketch of that same obelisk from the coins that you all have found on its cover. And you can see on the last entry, it seems to end abruptly, as if he were sitting here at the desk writing when something happened. Larry, if you were to head over and look at the journal yourself, you would recognize that the February 16th entry actually references you, and you can also recognize this writing as George Cassidy.
And we're not in the room with the blood right now, right? We're up in the top right hand room.
Correct. The room is with the blood is just to the south of you.
So if it ended abruptly, it must have just been because he had to stash it real quick, not because something actually happened to him right then, or he wouldn't have had time to put it away and lock it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could roll an intelligence to get this, but I feel like you're pretty close to on the dot with the fact that the journal is locked up, the gun was unlocked. He had the gun on him and had fired all of the rounds on it. And the key broke off when he was unlocking the gun. So before he grabbed a gun, he first locked up his journal.
And we can recognize like the specific spot that it was like pointing to in the picture.
What do you mean there?
Oh, I thought you said it looked like it was like focusing in on like the trees in a certain place.
Oh, like where the silhouette in the second picture was. Um, I don't think it necessarily needs to be like a specific spot. Just kind of like it has this silhouette of somebody who's staring back from the trees. If it started as just like a picture of the trees, the silhouette becomes the center of your focus. What are you two thinking? Do you have a next course of action? Are you starting to make some connections that you think you understand what happened?
I think Frederick, at least, like after looking through the invoices and this journal, he noticed like in one, uh, the one we have a handout of, mentioned like the locals of Innsmouth that he shouldn't contact them, but in the journal he mentioned that he did. So, thinking like maybe there's a connection there, and that he seems a bit paranoid after finding the coin.
It speaks of the boat crash too, and not hearing anything about it, and we sort of stumbled upon it. That's probably what we crashed into. Was the wreckage from that boat he was talking about.
You remember the date that he was writing about the wreck?
Like the February 13th, 13th.
Do you remember some other um happening around that time? You had the logbook from the lantern burning out prematurely on February 12th.
Oh, right.
So maybe we need to head back out there. So wait, can we get to that from the island, or we had to swim to get to the wreck, didn't we?
Yeah, the wreck would have been like in the sandbars that like might be safe in calm storms at low tide. But in the heart of the storm, it's definitely not going to be safe to go out there.
Oh, whatever's going on here, I think we should look for spare parts for the lighthouse. Must have had something in case it needed repairs. Might be hard for the Coast Guard to find us otherwise if it's all dark.
And it
Uh,
seems like a lot of boats been crashing since that light went out.
if you were to head into the lighthouse storage, you would basically see that while they have plenty of spare parts, the lens is not something that they have a second of. So it kind of returns to the idea that you don't actually have a way to get the lighthouse back up in normal running condition. There were those other buildings that you had seen outside. You could go check those. You guys could call the Coast Guard, see if they are closer to getting to you. Do you have other thoughts on what you're doing?
I mean, if we pretty much have exhausted what's going on in here, I think the other buildings are basically like our next lead.
Yeah, but I think Frederick will try the radio one last time, just to warn the Coast Guard, like if they're getting here. That, so I don't think we mentioned before that the light is out. It's like tell them that there's no light in the lighthouse, so be careful when getting here.
Roll a luck roll. So you can try to contact the Coast Guard again. This time, you kind of get like a connection for a few moments, and then don't really get like a strong connection where you pass any information from one to the other. But it is like kind of just that moment of you hear their voices for a moment, can't really get anything communication wise to one side or the other, and then it just kind of goes to a bunch of static again. The storm outside is just too great at this point, and it appears to be, like clouding radios right now. Heading off into the night, you guys are going to be getting blasted by pretty cold rains, pretty quickly getting pretty well drenched. If you step outside, do you have a second guess where you go back and grab one of the raincoats that are already inside, one of those oil skins? Do you want to put on galoshes? So you're a little bit more prepared for this kind of like mini hurricane that's happening around you.
I'll put on one of the heavier coats.
Yeah, same with Frederick. Like prepare as much as you can before going out.
And do you think you're going to head out through the hall door, out through the front of the cottage, through the kitchen, out through the side door, which is a little bit closer to those other buildings?
I think the kitchen side door. I was already a little curious about that myself.
Gotcha. So as you head out through the kitchen, you immediately have the path kind of leads up to this section. Like the path almost comes to the front of the cottage, but you can kind of see that the kitchen door is almost a little bit more like the easiest way out. It just so happens that the front door ends up being for like adverse conditions because of their like rain gear kind of situation. But like the path more properly comes to the kitchen door is one thing you'll quickly kind of notice here as you step out with those hurricane lanterns. Moving around the lighthouse, you'll see those two other buildings are two small little buildings that are like set off by themselves, as well as two buildings that are kind of like set up on the actual lighthouse, like built into its foundation almost. Are they numbered on this one? Oh wait, did I actually switch you over to it? So you'll see on this one, the two that are offset, you guys can quickly see are like an outhouse and like a shower. The shower is just a bathtub with water that's like run to over top of it, like a solar water shower. Like it collects water up above you, uses the sun to heat it, and that's like the temperature of the water that you wash with. The buildings that are part of the, or at least closer to part of the lighthouse, are the source of where you're hearing this generator run. You basically can see there's like a little shed that's right next to it, and then a smaller shed that has just the generator inside of it. When you go Which building do you think first?
Maybe the one with the generator.
Gotcha. So opening up the that one, you see that it really is just the generator inside of that building. It's a small little area, but it has not much to it. Generator draws in air from a little vent it's like plugged into, so it's getting fresh air. The room has like a vent from the Jenny, so it's not just like carbon monoxide, but you definitely have like a strong sense of like it's still bad air in this room because it's just for the Jenny. That's all that's meant to be there. But there is a leak in the roof, so as the rain's kind of coming down real hard, you very quickly kind of see that there is water dripping onto the electronics of this generator as it is producing electricity. Like the say like breaker box here has water dripping onto it. That roof is problematic. If you would like to, you could certainly try to do something about it. But in the long run, that is effectively what you've got from the Jenny room.
Yeah, I'll see if I could jury rig something up.
Gotcha. Do you have thoughts on how you would repair it? It's not like a horribly big hole, but you need something to do like a little bit of a roofing repair.
Yeah, if there's any like scrap metal, like sheets or anything like that, any sheeting I could like easily remove or take down to at least like stop the water from getting on the panels.
You could potentially go to one of the other buildings and take some away from it. There's none that's like sitting here right here.
So nothing really I can do in the immediate term at present.
Yeah, my point was more to point out that it would be a good idea to protect the generator more than saying that it's just a simple decision and it's fixed. It's more like how do you want to solve the problem?
Yeah, well, I would definitely like go, I guess, to one of the other buildings or sheds and see if there's like a piece that could be removed or something spare inside.
So the westernmost building you've not actually gone to. The southeasternmost building is the outhouse, and kind of the southern and kind of eastern building is the shower. Those three are all potentials for where you might harvest something, or you could just like, take a door from the actual cottage and perhaps fix it with like a door.
Oh, so
And the input from go ahead.
you said there's one building we haven't gone to yet?
It is the one west of where you're at. If you're on the one that's attached to the lighthouse, it is just to the west of you. It looks like a shed.
Yeah, I would think like that one and see if I can find any like spare materials or anything.
Gotcha. The shed is indeed a like well-stocked workshop. There are nails, hammers. You can find some corrugated steel. Pretty much everything that you need to fix the roof of the generator room. Frederick, what are you doing while he is doing all of this? You just sitting around, standing in the rain?
I think while he's doing that, he's got his work to fix the roof, and I think I'm actually gonna like check the showers. Just like check the other buildings, starting with shower.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you can go into the showers. Again, it's a pretty simple, just like a tub, and there's the water spigot kind of up above it, so you can let out just gravitational water. There's not too much going on there.
All right. I can just check the outhouse then, see if there's anything there. Not that I expect anything there. Hopefully, nothing there.
Gotcha. Roll a spot hidden for me. So while you're looking through the outhouse and really just seeing nothing of interest, there's really nothing to kind of happen in here, other than what is down in that horrific hole in the center of the outhouse. You are just kind of going back to see how everything is going with Larry, and you just notice as a little like crack of lightning kind of like lightens up this island a little bit, and you kind of hear the sound of it moments later. There, it's right off from where the island is at this point. Um, Big storm, still like the rain is like whipping at you, but when the light itself cracks, you see off to the west of you, kind of at the hilltop, almost like at the edge of the trees on the northern side of that tree, those trees, there seems to just be like a humanoid figure who's just kind of standing there. And then the next time you kind of like look back and see if they're still in that same space, like if you really did see somebody, you see they've moved like 50 feet closer to you, that they've come kind of like south, and they're still on the edge of the trees, but now they're 50 feet like closer to you, 50 feet like more southern. So they've come like diagonally towards you. So like the first time the lightning splits, you kind of see them off in that position. And the second time you see it about like 15, 20 seconds later, they've like covered that distance, and seem to be kind of like approaching towards you.
I'll be honest, that scares the shit out of me. Seeing what we've seen like up in the lighthouse. Yeah, he's probably just gonna go running for the shed with Larry, shouting like, "Larry, I saw something!"
So I'm still like basically finishing up with the repairs when this happens.
Sounds good.
I mean, you see something. What did you see?
Something, someone by the trees, and I like point where I saw them last.
Like the
You see it?
painting?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Seems to be moving forward, towards us at least.
So I would like get my pistol ready and like the lantern.
Roll a track for me from both of you, please. So you two start to like kind of like turn around, assuming that Frederick also pulls his firearm. The two of you are basically moving forward with two of these hurricane lanterns and guns at the ready, looking to kind of expect the worst sort of situation here. And you cover the first like 50 or so feet to get you like halfway between this distance, and there's another strike of lightning, and now you're looking forward and you don't see anybody. There's trees and trees, and if somebody's here, maybe they were just messing with you. Perhaps it was just you seeing stuff in the actual trees themselves, but there's another strike by the time you get to the actual thicket of trees, and you do see that there are like boot prints as well as like these weird like triangular shaped like some sort of animal tracks. Um Little bit of effort you might recognize that there's some sort of tracks like those fish creatures might leave with their like paddly feet. But when you kind of get up to this point, it seems that while you've gotten here without seeing the person again, somebody was here recently. The rain's not washed away tracks, and there seems to be two different kinds of tracks: boots, and then these like duck-like, fin-like animal tracks.
Think it's boot tracks. Do you think they might be that Michael guys? Cassidy's Urinal did mention he stepped out. Could still be alive.
We could give them a follow, see where they lead.
Gotcha. So you track a little bit further, watching where these boots are coming from, and kind of like find yourselves moving through this forest for a little bit more kind of extended bit of a time here. There's strikes of lightning, and you always try to like pay attention to the wider like tree expanse when these big flashes come, because that's when you can see beyond the light of your lanterns. But you're moving through, trying to keep quiet so you can kind of hear things that are beyond the rain, and you're trying to see things that are beyond the darkness, and you're just kind of always fighting this like assault on your senses as you're trying to like move through these forests and make some sense of kind of the tracks that you're seeing. There's a lot of different things that are like throwing you off, different parts where the trail kind of washes away. But eventually you kind of come like around to the southeastern side of this expanse, almost having gone through this bit of trees like that. You guys find yourselves following the trail and kind of like crossing uh, the trail from the lighthouse to this southern pier. And it's just one of the points where you lose the actual track itself, but you kind of have the same idea. Like you could just cross the actual track where it would have been washed away easier and try to find it again on the other side. Or perhaps like go check out the pier and see if there's something on the southern pier that gives you a further clue.
What do you think? On the pier or see if we can pick up the tracks?
I think either one probably seems as good as the other. Not sure I want to go out to the pier right now, but may need to.
Ah, down to the pier it is then. Might find something.
So you guys can follow the trail as you head down. You're kind of like winding downhill again, very similar to with the northern one as you climbed up. It's slippery, like it's a mud trail at this point here. It's just gravel and whatnot, but there is that like grit of the gravel there. So you're not in danger of kind of slipping and falling, but it is a muddy trail at this point. So following track here isn't really something that you've got too much of a chance for. As you follow it down, though, you do eventually get to that southern pier. And let me get a spot hidden from the two of you here. So as you guys get down to the southern pier, you see that there is a larger rowboat here than the rowboat that you were thrown in from the little ship. Like the Essex County sunk with you going into just kind of like a two-person, almost like fishing kind of rowboat. Not too much more space than like say three or four people could kind of go in. But like here, you have something that's a little bit more seaworthy. It's this big, bright yellow rowboat that has seating for like 8 or 16 people and big oar like stances. You could have like 4 or 6 sets of oars like mounted into the side of the boat, almost like each side would do a different oaring. So each oar was controlled by multiple people instead of like the little one that you had where it was like one person doing the traditional kind of like backstroke with the rowboat. So this is a much larger but like yellow rowboat that's sitting here on the pier. And then both of you see that right away as you're kind of walking down. A flash of lightning kind of crosses, and you see the yellow just kind of jumps out at you before your lamps even shine light on it. But what Larry really sees is that third of a mile or so to the coast, about 600 yards, like 400 meters away, there seems to be a small, tiny light right on the coast. Somebody who seems to be kind of like holding up a light to shine to you. Safety is just this far away.
So it's like all the way out on the tip, basically.
What do you mean by the tip? Like the southern side of the island?
Yeah, like all the way out, like basically at the water. Is that what's going on? And it looks like they're kind of signaling to us.
They are essentially on the coast of the mainland, and you guys are on the pier at the southern end of Beacon Island. So you just make out that the tiniest little frame of reference to somebody's holding a light on that beach, basically.
Oh, not on the island. Okay, I got you. I got you. So that boat, the yellow boat, do we get the impression that that's like been parked there for a while, or like that was something that arrived relatively like recently?
I think you could do a spot hidden, and you could have a bonus die because of your boating skills. So you could roll 2 10s dice. Yeah, to get a success. So it's a 70s or a 10, but the 18's the winner. This boat.
Oh wait, that was my old spot hidden. I only rolled the bonus.
Oh, okay. I got you. Roll another spot hidden then. So right now you've got a 70 percentile, which is no good. Yeah, they're both the same. This boat. Hmm, I would say this looks like a life raft from, say, something like the SS Titanic kind of thing. This looks like the life raft from a large boat. I don't know if you could really necessarily put it at it's been here a long time or not, but you would kind of expect that there would be some sort of transport between the mainland and the island. Maybe they've repurposed a life raft to be that boat. Yeah, so that 18 was from the spot hidden to see the light on the shore of the mainland. You would also see that there is a yellow rowboat on the pier there as well. So that's what the hard success really gives you, is to recognize that this yellow rowboat that you guys have is very similar to exactly what seems to be on the mainland pier.
So what are our potential options to try to like get in this boat and like swim out of here, or is there like more that we haven't investigated on island?
I mean, we still have like the other side of forest one, and the tracks could follow because it doesn't seem like they went here. least it's nothing here except the boat.
You could definitely try to leave the island on this boat. You've still only found one of the people who was employed on the island. You guys don't necessarily know how many people you were looking for, but you've only found George Cassidy. So you could wait for the Coast Guard. You could continue searching. You could try to take this boat.
I think if you want to go check out the other side of the woods, I'm game for that.
Yeah, I'd rather check the woods than try our luck out in the storm with this rowboat. It's a bigger one, but still.
So continuing off into the woods, you guys head off and kind of like walk back up the path a little bit and then try to jump back in and follow it through. You get to a point where you're almost on like the opposite side of the building where you first saw this person, and you're almost on kind of this like northern side of the copse of trees, where you eventually recognize that you're almost like staring directly at that window when you guys spot another person's body. Somebody is like dead in this horrific scene where maybe one of the first things that you see is actually like the crimson of like blood washing down the trail coming downhill towards you. But by the time you get to this little clearing where you see this scene up parallel to that window, you're basically going to see that this person has been disemboweled. Their insides are like scratched and torn out of them and just kind of scattered about in like a 15-foot, like a 6-meter diameter circle of just horror. This person seems to have been disemboweled, but more than that, they were like torn to shreds. Let me have you roll a spot hidden or a medicine. Yeah, let me have both of you roll either a spot hidden or a medicine as you like come here. You can like try to just search through things at first, or simply try to see like the cause of, not necessarily the cause of death so much as like the relation to how things. I don't know, kind of hard to describe.
Oh, so wait, which one? Spot hidden or what was the other one?
The other option is first aid or medicine. My bad. Gotcha. So this body basically sits where most of the blood is washed away. And part of what you can take away from that is that the blood didn't coagulate before the rain started. So this person died around when you got to the island. The rain had not yet fully hit the island when you guys got here. This body was killed recently, just like the body of George Cassidy was recent. You've basically come upon the second one of these where it very recently happened that this person was torn apart. I think you said that you were looking for Michael Turner. When you go through this person's possessions, you do see that they have a concealed carry. They carry a 38 special revolver. It's a Smith and Wesson. I think you guys have the Colts. This is a 38 special, but Smith and Wesson. There is one shell expended, and 5 remain in the cartridge in the barrel. I can't think of the name of like the rotating thing. but 5 remain that are non-expended. One of them is expended, and this person has an ID kind of attached to their concealed carry that says Bureau of Investigation, and it is to Warren Thomas. Can I also have you both roll for sanity checks, please? All right, Friedrich, you will lose 1 sanity. And Larry, can you roll a d4? You are going to lose 1d4 plus 1. So you'll lose 4 sanity there. How much sanity have you already lost with Larry?
I lost one before, so now I'm down from 55 to 50.
All right, so that is the first chance for a bout of madness. I need you to make an intelligence check, and you want to fail this. So you start to like see all of these dots kind of coming together. Your between your friend being murdered, the horrific nature of this murder, you basically immediately recognize that this person, Warren Thomas, was not necessarily killed like quickly. You recognize this as like all the tiny little sharp teeth of those creatures, that this person was torn apart as if like by like piranha kind of situation, where it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts instead of like actually getting attacked and killed outright kind of situation. You're recognizing that this person, Warren Thomas, was shredded by paper cuts and needles almost. And it is going to send you at least temporarily insane. Can you please roll a d10, please? Oh, wait a second. Your character actually has what happens to them in madness. So I feel like maybe it says in your background, it kind of puts you on like you basically just kind of like freeze for a moment, involuntarily dropping whatever you're holding. So at present, I think you're going to drop your pistol. Madness is kind of a paranoia that everybody knows. Everybody's looking at you differently now. And you have to kind of like wonder who's going to turn you in kind of situation as that kind of paranoia just starts to like sink into your mind. So you guys stumble upon this body. You quickly kind of recognize that this is not who you were expecting to find. It is not Michael Turner. You find out that it is like an FBI agent. They seem to have been torn to pieces by these crazy fish creatures, and it throws Larry into a little bit of madness, and he like drops his pistol. But you guys are still kind of out in this dark, out in the storm. What are you doing? Are you paying enough attention that you notice that Larry started to lose it? Is Frederick just trying to gather up some of the things from this corpse? Or are you trying to like calm this person who you're isolated with?
To be honest, I think Frederick wouldn't have noticed him, at least maybe being like having checked over the body and found the bullets. It's probably like pocketing the bullets to have like in case. So after that, he would see. But
Gotcha. So you want to unload the pistol and take the bullets from it?
yeah,
That's perfectly fine. But a loaded pistol and a loaded pistol are 2 loaded pistols. Versus if you needed to shoot your pistol off, you would then have to reload those shots into it to shoot them. You know what I mean? You already have it in a working gun.
That is true.
So, do you want to take the whole gun?
Yeah, I would probably do that instead then.
Gotcha. Maybe a few minutes pass here while you guys are kind of in this clearing. The storm's still striking. There's still rain kind of pouring down around you. The Coast Guard should be here soon. Just danger all about you. Do you want to try to push for the coast? Do you want to go inside and maybe cover yourselves for any danger? You want to go somewhere else on the island and hope that you're not in danger?
After my little like bout with insanity, I think I would be like super paranoid and thinking that we have to like get off the island before like the authorities get here because like I have a connection. Like I don't want to get like pinned with these murders, and like people are gonna think we're crazy. There's not really fish people.
Could show them the bodies up in the lighthouse. That's pretty conclusive evidence. To be honest, I'm not brave enough to row out in a storm in a boat. Yeah, no, not after last time. Saw how that went.
I don't think you understand whether these things are real, whether we're at the heart of some conspiracy. We're gonna end up at the heart of a cover up, and when they show up, if we're here, it's gonna be a lot easier to tie up the loose ends.
Maybe, but still, that storm's going crazy right now.
It's not that far. We could look across and see the guy on the other end. I mean, we could see it from here. We could do it. We could get there.
Yeah, but remember how far we got in a rowboat last time? I'm not swimming again.
That was a little dinky rowboat. This time we got a big thing. I mean, the choice is yours, but we stay here. Our lives are out of our hands, one way or the other. If we leave, at least we got a chance.
Let's see. Can't we just hunker down in the lighthouse? Barricade up some doors with chairs and everything? Try to wait out the storm and then try to row back?
I don't know. Coast Guard could get here any minute. Once they show up, that's it. We're out of chances.
I'm not sure. I don't think the Coast Guard's in on it.
They will be. You know how all these bureaus work. The moment anything happens outside the, sort of scope of things, immediately it's just easier to cover it up and explain it away. That's us. We're just going to get explained away. We're loose ends. No offense, but you don't look like that important of a guy. I'm not that important. Nobody's even going to miss us.
Damn, you're starting to sound really bleak, man.
Something's not right about this. You got a murder weapon on you. We're alone in this place. No other survivors. I don't know, man.
Are you right about this place being weird? Certainly seemed to have started with the gold coins, and it's like pat the a bag of coins that they picked up from Cassidy.
My apologies. What was the last thing that you said there, Frederick?
Oh, just like he pat the bag with the gold coins that he picked up from Cassidy. It's like it seems started with this. Certainly seems strange.
Can I have you each make your choice of a spot hidden or a listen check, please? So, Friedrich, as you pat the coins, you see, like, at that same instant, there's a flash of lightning. And as you're kind of like patting these coins, looking at Larry, over Larry's shoulder, you see this weird small humanoid that has fish like qualities to it. And you basically see one of these fish creatures in silhouette in the lightning. And as you like tap these coins, the lightning flashes and you see it seems to point in your direction. And by the time you try to like look where it's looking, the light's gone and you can't really make out.
I think with seeing that, she's like, "Holy shit, Larry, behind you!"
So if your initial response is to yell basically for him to gather his senses as well, I am going to have the two of you roll a sanity check here. If you guys can do that for me, as you kind of like turn around. Roll a d4 plus one for me, Friedrich. And then Larry, can you roll a d4 as well? No plus for yours, though. All right, so Larry will lose another two sanity. Friedrich, you are going to lose three more. Have you hit five now, Friedrich, or are you at four?
I just hit 5 with that.
Gotcha. Can you roll a intelligence for me, please? So you as well, you want to fail the intelligence when you are making this happen. So this as well is one of those things where like you're connecting all of the dots. Like you are intelligently recognizing these things that are making you go insane, instead of kind of like blocking them from your mind and just kind of letting it like wash over you. It is a moment of recognizing that these things are moving in on you, and you are correct. Like these coins are what they're after. It was almost like the moment you kind of like said this, and this is what started it all. It was like they moved out from the trees in response to the coins being pointed out, and they're coming for these coins. We don't have a specific backstory for you that has like specific things in mind. Um, That is unfortunate. I rolled for it, and Friedrich, you are going to faint. You are going to go unconscious for a number of rounds here. I'm going to leave this second die roll in your hands. You get to determine for how long you are going to be unconscious for. I would greatly suggest that you roll a one here, but good luck.
Oh, and then what dice should I roll on?
A
D10.
D10, my apologies. So Friedrich is going to fall over as he just smashes down into the ground. There's a like sloshing of the mud, and it's up to you at this point, Larry, to decide. There's two of these creatures moving at you. You could try to shoot at them and see if shooting is enough that they flee. You can try to shoot at them and see if you can kill them and end it right there. You could run yourself for safety. You could try and drag somebody who's potentially larger than you. Size wise, I know that Larry is fast. Your speed was 9. So I think that means you are both athletic and dexterous. But what size is Friedrich?
Friedrich is 40, size 40. Not sure what that is, but
I think that's pretty small. What do you think is actually on the paranoid mind? You're not like in the bout of madness paranoia anymore, but you're still, playing yourself. What do you think the antique stealer is going to do at present?
I think he's gonna fire on him.
Gotcha. So this is one of those things where firing is like a D10 for the tens and then a D10 for the one. You can aim a shot and try to aim for their stomach, or you could aim for their eyeballs to be more effective to bypass their armor. And that takes a penalty die. So you would roll an extra tens die and take the lowest of those two. But it's also dark out, so any ranged attacks are also penalized. So every attack is going to be at least 2 tens dice rolled, taking the lowest. If you shoot more than once, that will take you up to those 3, because normally that adds 2, and 2 is the limit.
But you're
So you
saying
could
tens
shoot.
die, tens die. You said and taking the lowest, but you mean the highest, right?
Oh yeah, my apologies. You take the worst, but yeah, that's the highest. So I think since you guys figured it out, you found them before encountering them, that there's a solid reason to say that the best way to do this is to fire for their weak spots, fire multiple shots, and, you know, go for that. But it's up to you how you actually want to go for it.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. The spray and pray. We know they have a weak spot. The idea of shooting 3 bullets instead of 1 seems like a good idea. Maybe the loudness will wake Frederick back up too. How far are the creatures away from us right now? And like how far are we from each other?
I would say the creatures are going to be at your maximum range of your pistol, so I don't want to make it so you can't fire at them. But they are at range, and then the 2 of you, I would say, are pretty close to each other. But just like with a lot of things, once it's like theater of the mind, it's if there's a reason to be something, I would say you are.
But are they just like ominously walking towards us, like the slee stack, or like are they like coming at us like fast? I guess.
They're definitely slee stack kind of things. They're ominously coming towards you. They are quick, dexterous creatures. They are both very strong and very they're fast on land as well as in the water. Is one of the things you guys would have kind of picked up before because they've got like big muscly legs, but they're also I already showed you one
So
picture.
my option is basically to use uh like an action to like shoot, or I could use that same thing to shoot multiple times, or I could try to wake him up or drag him away.
Correct. Yeah, I would say you could take 1 shot. You could take 3 shots. You could do a medicine or not a medicine, but like a first aid to try to wake him up, or you could simply drag him. I think those are probably a solid 4 options.
And if I do drag him, how does that work?
Well, I don't know offhand, but I do know your size is 55. He said his was 40, and your speed is 9. So normally I would say that means you can move 9 spaces when you are moving. I would be tempted to say that you could probably move half of that while you're dragging him. But I feel like that kind of solves most of what we would need to figure out. You're probably not necessarily faster than a creature that wants to get to you, but you are potentially faster than these creatures as they like are meandering towards you.
Well, I don't know how long he's rolled to wake up, so I think the first thing I'm going to do is try to wake him up because otherwise we could be in trouble pretty quick.
Gotcha. So I would say go for a first aid here. Yeah, you've got, smelling salts kind of thing on you. Maybe it's the type of thing where like drug users and you can break open like a smelling salt to get them like back into their, normal frame of reference. Maybe you've come across just having like a medical kit on you for this or that reason, but little bit of an effort, you very quickly wake him up and he's like flashes back into it, kind of watching his pupils come back to, as there's just like the onset of where he really is, and like the fear kind of resets into his brain as it kind of comes back to. And I'm gonna say, yeah, if you're not, that's one of the things that's kind of weird, because if you fire your pistol, you happen first. With the wake up thing, it's going to be a little bit different. These two things are actually going to, almost like while they're walking towards you, kind of like leaning down their heads, their backs kind of get exposed, and yeah, I said 15 yards. I'd say at the edge of the light, you can kind of see that they're almost like extending their backs, and this like dorsal fin kind of like tightens up a little bit. And you're going to basically see as they kind of like lean forward, they're firing like a little needle out of their dorsal fin, and they're gonna fire towards you. So with contested things, like there's the option to like fight back sometimes, but I would say essentially you're always going to kind of like try to dodge from something that is a ranged weapon kind of attack on you. You can't always like dodge like firearms, but there is the chance to do some things sometimes, like going prone, diving behind something, versus like this is one of those things, they're a little bit slower. It's like dodging a dart flying at you. So if I could get a dodge from Larry twice, please. The first one will be against my first needle, the second, you dirty bastard. So this is where I said like beating the roll sometimes matters. So for me to hit him with a successful dodge, I need to have a hard success, which means for me to hit him with the hard dodge, I need to have an extreme success. So I'm going to roll this creature's attack, and it did not work. So I'm going to try the other spot where I have this creature, and that did not work at all. So I'm just rolling a D100. So neither of those are going to be successful because my range attack is a 30. A normal success from the second one is going to fail versus your hard dodge. And then a failure is going to fail versus your successful dodge. So as these things are meandering towards you, you are basically recognizing that they can fire these needles like they do here. You crack the sniffing salts and you wake up Frederick. You can stand, you can pick up the other two pistols, but that's effectively going to be the end of that round of initiative. Is Friedrich going unconscious, you waking him up, they fire a few needles at you as they move closer to you. They're still at a distance, we'll say like 10 yards at this point, so like 20 meters kind of situation. But it'll come back to you guys again. Like firing your pistols is the fastest thing that you can do. Otherwise, at this point, if you go to do something else, you know that they're going to be firing their needles in a second here.
Let's fill these things with lead. So yeah, I'm gonna go for the trifecta shot at one of them, and I'm gonna
My bad. I
correct to
actually
the
meant
aim
to
shot.
confirm.
Oh
Do either of you have a dexterity over 80?
No, I have 60.
yeah, mine's 75.
Okay, yeah. So what was your question there from Larry?
So if I'm gonna shoot right now at them, if I do the aim shot one time versus the aim shot 3 times, what do I roll?
It's going to be 2 penalty dice regardless on that. Because I would say even at 10 meters or 10 yards, they're still probably outside of the normal light of your lanterns. So you're still firing into darkness. Yeah, I think that probably makes the best sense. Then. So you can take the 3 shots aimed at 2 penalty dice. Next turn, you probably have a solid idea that they should be in the light. And that's where you have to question whether you want to take 1 shot with 1 penalty die for aiming, or like 1 shot with no penalty die, or take 3 shots aiming at 2 penalty dice.
Okay, gotcha. So just roll one handgun shot, then roll the penalty twice.
Yep, and that's just the first shot. You would then do another. I mean, you can't even, no reason to penalty that. A 100 is the jam.
So there's no reason to roll any penalty dice, right? You only roll to see if you hit, and then you roll penalty if you did hit to see if you missed still.
I think for the other 2, you could roll penalties. Really, for the 87, you could see if you get a 9. That would be the only thing that is worse than that, because it's another catastrophic. I don't know offhand what happens when a firearm hits its malfunction, but I would say effectively what I'm going to say is that you go to fire the 1 bullet and nothing happens. So you can decide whether you want to clear a jam, wait and see if that shell is going to cook off and fire. But you can basically decide what's going to happen. But when you pull the trigger the first time, nothing happens from your pistol. That's what I'm going to say happens here. Actually, yeah, let's go for that. What is Frederick doing?
I think Frederick will just like he's not that good of a shot, so he just try and like center shot 3 bullets.
All right. Except for role play purposes, you can aim the shot at their weak points and still fire 3 bullets, and it's just as difficult because it maxes out at 2 penalty dice.
Ah, okay. Yeah, then I might as well do that.
Gotcha. Yeah, you guys learned that little bit by going up to the top of the tower first. So you can again do that same thing where you take the first shot, 2 penalty dice, and then take the second shot, 2 penalty dice. And then third shot and 2 penalty dice. So first shot fires, second shot fires, the third shot you're going to have a jam as you fire with what pistol was that? Was it
That was the 38 Colt.
the 38? Gotcha. So you potentially have the Smith and Wesson 38 that you could go to next round, or you could try to clear up that jam. But both of you are kind of in that situation. You fire, pow, 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 and fall back a little bit. Like I'm assuming you're falling back towards the cottage now that he's awake. And he does the same thing, but both of you basically have a jam to clear, or you have to do something else next turn. But you can fall back. They've already tried. Nope, I didn't try to shoot you with them. But they will just kind of one shot at each of you. So if I could get a dodge from each of you, both of mine are failures as they try to shoot and they walk with you kind of in the same way. I don't think they have a higher speed than you. Yeah, they've got an 8. What is the speed that you have on Frederick?
I have a 9.
Damn, both of you are fast as fuck. Yeah, so you guys are making distance on them. So instead of them coming further into the light, when you're moving away, you're actually getting a little bit of distance on them. So they're back to, say, like 12 or so meters away from, or like, damn, it's hard for me to do yards and meters. 12 or so yards. And I think that's like 18 or so meters away from you. So they're getting further away from you as you guys move. You're probably 1 or 2 turns away from the cottage. If you were to dash for the cottage this time, you might be able to make it to the cottage and immediately have like walls between you. What would you like to do this turn?
So I think I'm gonna keep falling back and clear out the jam.
I think Frederick will like be shooting with the Smith and Wesson while falling back.
Gotcha. So you can make the shots with the Smith and Wesson. Are you doing 3 shots again?
Oh
Looks like
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
that's
can-
an extreme success there. The 0 is going to be a 3. So that
Oh, but don't I take the worst with the penalty, or am I thinking wrong?
oh yeah, my bad. It is still the 93. My bad. Um I want to do the opposite because I want to see the cool stuff happen. So yeah, that shot is going to be a miss. The 93 is not high enough that it's like problematic. So 97 there is going to jam. And you're basically going to have the same thing. You're not even going to get to that final shot there. So I think you fired off 2. That means that Smith and Wesson should still have 3 shots in it if you clear this jam and get to it. I'm gonna have these creatures moving towards you, and then they're gonna fire at you here. So one more time, if you guys can dodge these, the 28's all that matters. That's a normal success. So if you get a success, oh, I should see who it is. One will be Justin. So it would be towards Chris. So Chris is going to get hit by that because he failed the dodge. And they do. Chris can or Frederick, can you roll an extreme constitution roll? You need 1/5 of your constitution value. All right, for the next 5 rounds, your vision is blurred. You have double vision. It's almost as if you're like in highly drunken state as this needle like pierces into you, effectively giving you penalty dies on all of the rolls that you're going to go for the next 5 rounds. And then that'll take us to Larry. Can you roll a luck for me, Larry? Excellent. You clear out that shell that you like hit right beside the striker. That little 22 is wasted, so you can just like discard that one. But it's very quick that you can get the pistol back together. If you would like here, you can fire a single shot in the time after like doing a reload or checking the jam.
So do I do like aimed, or is this like with penalty? Like, how does that work?
That's where if you would like, you could do the aim shot and it would take it to 2 penalty dice. If you do a normal shot, it's just going to be 1 penalty die.
Okay, I'll just do the one.
That's gonna take it to a 98, and it turns it into a fail again as it jams one more time. So I think Frederick has 2 jammed guns. Larry is jammed again. The creatures are still following you, but you guys are gaining distance on them. And you can make it to the house pretty much guaranteed this time if you just ran for it. Otherwise, you'll be right about at the cottage, like front door, at the end of this movement if you move and do something else.
I'm just gonna do the same thing again. Keep moving, clear the ground, and shoot.
Gotcha. Frederick, what are you doing here?
I think, yeah, I'll just run and try to clear one of the guns, like the Smith and Wesson.
Gotcha. Roll a luck at with a penalty die. Okay, so that is still the normal success. So let's say you already did it with the antique dealer, and Frederick's got that. So roll if you would like, Frederick. You can take a shot after you clear this, and just one. So it's the idea of you could do. You might as well aim. Yeah, because you're gonna have 2 penalty dice regardless. So you can do an aim shot with that one, trying to like center on which one of these 2 creatures is the real one. And a penalty die, get another 0, and it's a critical still. And it's a 91. All right. Neither of those are jams, though, so your guns are clear for next round. They're just not successful from either of those shots. Um, each of the creatures is still going to follow after you. They're still shooting needles from their backs, so you guys can still take a dodge against these. Neither of those are hits, though, so you don't need to roll your dodges. And this time, you guys are starting from that front door. So as soon as you start to move, you can be in safety. So you can take shots and then get into safety. You could get inside of the lighthouse and then do something. It's kind of up to you at that point. What is more pressing?
So I've had a jam and a jam. I'm gonna just try to do the same thing again. I'm starting to think this pistol doesn't work.
So they're closing in on you, but if you ran inside and went to the study, you could potentially shoot out of the window and have them in light where you're taking a normal shot. That way, if you took an aim shot, you could have 1 penalty die. If you fired 3 shots, it would still be against 2 penalty dice, but that is an option here.
I'm gonna go for the trifecta.
Right away, it's going to jam with the 96.
All right, so I'll just unload the jam now. So now I have 3 jams and 0 actual fired bullets.
And then what is Frederick doing?
I think as we get in, he's like, we're getting in from the kitchen door, right?
I had you going towards the like front door, But you could go in through the kitchen. I don't think either would be further than the next, really.
All right, yeah, because I'm just like I'm still like blurry eyed and everything, so I think I'm just gonna try to like shut that door and try to barricade it as best I can with. Like there was like chairs and tables, like try to put a chair up, try to stop them like for a second, basically.
Gotcha. Going for a little bit of a barricade action there. Yeah, you can definitely get a chair like into and pressed up under the door handle. The door opens inside, so you've got like the foot of the chair kind of holding against that door. And we will go for, yeah, I already fired with them, right? No. Shit. I already forgot. I don't think I fired with them, so let's get these out there. The second one would hit Frederick was 4, yeah. Would hit Frederick. Can you get a dodge for me, Frederick? You can 100% dodge as you see this needle like coming. You like dodge out of the way, and one, you're clear of it, but it also like pings into the glass, and you are going to see quite quickly that this thing like stabbed through and broke into the glass. This is the type of like kind of recognition like these things can like shoot them through the glass and break out these windows when you kind of like are barricading this up. So not necessarily like reassuring to see as it pierces through the actual glass there. But it will go back up to the next round. I've got 2 more on your blurry division and like difficulty to do things. I think we've got Larry is back to I think 2 shots left in your pistol, but you've cleared your jam.
That was just my what, third jam now. So I haven't actually shot off any shots. It's just been 3 jams that I've had to clear.
Gotcha. I took the 1 bullet from the 100. You can definitely like refire the other 2. So we can say there's still 4 rounds in the pistol now.
Okay, I got you.
Or 5
So
rounds, 5 rounds.
so how close are these things up to us now? Like, is there a position where I could get a shot on them with no negative dice, or potentially do 3 with just a single? Like, get close enough to do that?
Well, 3 shots is 2 penalty dice. So it's always at the maximum penalty dice. So that's part of just always taking 3 shots is always at that like worst case scenario. But you could take a normal shot at them now. You could take 1 shot, not aiming at them, and see what it does. Like not aiming for the weak points.
And then if I aim, I take 1 negative dice.
Yep, and you bypass their armor, like that fish scales.
All right, I'll do that one.
Gotcha. So taking a single. Yeah, so you just kind of aim out at the closest one, like in the light of the window, take a shot at it, and you just kind of like miss inches a mile, misses a miss, just that little bit. What are you doing, Frederick?
See if I remember right. Yeah, I'm gonna like clear out my Smith and Wesson, yeah, and then try to shoot 1 shot.
Gotcha. Roll a luck roll for me. Gotcha. Yeah, you can clear the jam and take a shot. No penalty die here as you take a single. Oh, you know, you have a single penalty die because you are tripping still. But obviously still a miss there. Um, so this time, as you guys like see them like moving closer and closer to the house, they're now like inside the kind of the light. You hear as there's like going and gone. No, coin. But there's like this like croaking English like language coming from these creatures as they seem to be like croaking for their gold, calling for their coins. And they're just gonna fire two more needles like into the glass here. This is more kind of like to shatter the actual windows than necessarily going for you guys. They're just kind of like peppering those two, the kitchen and the study's windows on that eastern side of the house, from just kind of off in the light. But it will kind of finish with you guys doing, your clears and whatnot. There goes back around to you, and the idea of, if you're going to fire your firearms, you'll go first here, otherwise it's to them as they fire more needles. But what would you like to do?
I think Frederick, hearing them about the coins, he's actually gonna like throw out the coins to them, like take your damn coin. So yeah, that's what he's doing.
Gotcha. So you've barred the door. Are you going to take back the chair and kind of open the door and throw them out there? Are you going to smash the window and throw them out of the window?
He's gonna smash the window, like so can get a proper throw out, but he's not taking away the barricade.
Gotcha. Make a strength check and smash that window. Solid. Smash out the window. You kick it through. Toss out that bag of coins that you got off George Cassidy. You hear a loud kind of thump as they like smash down into the ground. And like the ring of the gold almost like silences the rain for a moment as you just hear that like beautiful metallic ring over the otherwise like frightening shocks of gunfire and the constant pitter patter of the rain. What is Larry going to do?
All right, I'm gonna take a no negative shot at one of them.
The handguns do not love you guys today.
Well, the negatives pretty much make them useless. Like I have a 45% chance to hit, and if I have one negative dice, that takes it from like a 45 to like a 45% of that. So that's like basically like a 20. And like 45 is pretty good, I think, for pistol.
Yeah, it's one of those things too where like campaigns really come in. I feel like for one shots, there's the solid ground to say like play Call of Cthulhu. That's a little bit more player positive, but
Yeah, with 45% chance to hit and two negative dice, it's like pretty much like a 10% chance. It's crazy.
yeah, it gets real crazy real quick to have to roll basically three dice with the four or lower.
Yeah, I
Um,
missed. So I just have two bullets left now.
yeah, because they're technically happening before you guys, like before Chris tries to like placate them by throwing out the gold that he has. The two of them are still going to fire into the glass. With those two hits, they're actually going to like start to shatter those windows. So the windows are basically kind of like removed between their attack there onto the study one, and then Frederick actually also smashing out the one to throw like the gold out to them. Um, let's see. I think this will be the last round that Frederick is kind of like poisoned and double visioned. Um, I think you're just gonna hear one of the creatures kind of like almost like as it moves up to the light, and let's see which window that it's moving up to. It's gonna be up to the kitchen window. It kind of comes up real close to the kitchen, and it's kind of like looking up and into the window, and you'll hear like louder even for you in the study with Larry. Coin. You have more coin. Gold. And it just continues to like croak about the coins. What would you guys like to do this turn? Do you intend to fire? Would you like to do something else? What are you guys thinking?
And now they're not actually like breaking in or anything. They're basically just like outside still yelling.
So they've broken out the two windows on this east side of the house. One, the one that was like on kind of the more southern side, is up at the window now. The other one that like you've been shooting at is maybe still like 5 or 10 feet away from the window. But that's part of what I meant. Like you could hear that the other one has like kind of approached the window in the kitchen.
All right, so I got 2 shots left. I'm gonna just try to unload one on this thing's freaking. I'm gonna go for its eyeball.
Are you going to the one in the kitchen? Like, are you moving from the study? Like right now, I had you firing from the study and Chris firing from the kitchen. Do you
Yeah,
think
that's
you're
good.
like going
I'm gonna try to shoot that one in the eyeball that just yelled at me.
the one in the kitchen though that approached Chris?
Oh no, in the study. I thought I was in the study.
Okay, yeah. If you're firing on that one's like 10 feet away. You can fire on it normally. And it's again gonna fail. What is Frederick doing?
Yeah, I think for Frederick, he's kind of hoping on the coins there. He's just gonna try to fix the normal, the 38 Colt, while saying to the one in the kitchen window is, "I've thrown out all the coin I had. It's yours. Take it."
Gotcha. If you are clearing out that jam, you can roll a luck roll. See if you have a chance to still fire off one. This time, no. You'll just hear they like continue to like chirp about the gold as they're still like croaking on and on about it. You'll kind of sense like these things aren't necessarily like responding to the fact that you threw out gold. They took that, but they're still like focused on you probably have more. And I think at this point, the one is going to crawl in and basically cover the ground to where Malchin is, or my bad, to where Friedrich is. And it's going to try to bite you. You can, in a brawl, either fight back, in which case, as the person being attacked, you have to do better. So, like, if I had a success and you had a hard success, you would hit me. But if we each have success because I'm attacking you, I would hit you. If you dodge, it flips that. That if we both have success and you're just dodging, you would win with the dodge like the normal success. I would need to have a hard success to hit you while you're dodging. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
If it was trying to bite you, Do you think you're going to try to kill it before it can bite you? Or do you think you're going to try to dodge and protect your own hide?
Yeah, he's going to dodge, like try to get away from it.
Gotcha. So it is going to try to bite you and is going to fail. You don't have to roll a dodge for that one. Um, yeah, it's gonna like bite onto the chair, and you're just gonna see as it like almost like locks its jaw into place, and it's like holding on tight to this chair as it is biting down into you. The other one is going to close the distance to the window now, and I think it's going to take another shot. And you can do a dodge with a bonus die here. Um, from Larry, please. I have a normal success. And that's exactly what you needed to have it be a hard success. So yeah, as it like is starting to crawl through the window, you see at the last moment, like as it kind of like flexes and that dorsal fin starts to point towards you, and a tiny little needle like expunges from it and flies towards you, and you like catch it in the side of the door that's like near you, like near that roll top desk, and you can see like this little bit of like goo that's kind of like dripping down from the tip of the needle. And it's going to come back around to you guys. They are now inside. These are well lit rooms. At point blank, you guys have a bonus die with your guns. So if you take a shot at point blank and you aim it, it's just a straight roll. If you take a normal shot and you don't aim it, it's with a bonus die. But what if you took 3 shots and aimed them? I'd say it can do it with 1 penalty die.
Yeah, Frederick is just gonna take the one aimed shot to try to get it as good as he can get.
Gotcha. So that'll just be a straight pistol shot right now. So quick little bugger is able to kind of like moving out of the way. It's like thrashing at this chair, and you just can't quite get the pistol in place as you fire. What would you like to do, Larry?
So I'll run down into the kitchen, close the door behind me, and then I'm gonna take one regular shot at point blank range, not aimed. So it is an 11.
Gotcha. So yeah, you can move up and take the shot. I believe that is just a D6 from the pistol. As you point the gun into the back of this creature and you fire into its like scaling, the round like just pings off of its back, and the scales seem to have protected it from the fire. So that is one of those things where, like, were this a campaign, you would have improved, given yourself a chance to improve your handgun skills there. But the actual armor is greater than 2. So when you hit these creatures for damage, you need to do like 3 or more damage just to damage them. 2 is not enough to get past their armor. So you've locked the door behind you. That creature is going to kind of like moving up to the door. It's going to start to like smash into the door. And you see as it like claws through part of it, and it almost like immediately like gets one arm through the door, and it's kind of just rending against the fibers of the wood, trying to kind of like tear this door back towards it. The other one, for now, is just latched onto that chair, and it's like tearing the chair apart, but it otherwise is like locked onto the leg of the chair. But that's the one that's like immediately in front of you guys. So, what would you like to do? You've got one up top in the other room trying to battle through the door, and the other one is still like biting onto that chair for maybe one more turn. Maybe it's going to recognize itself pretty soon here. You don't quite yet know.
So is there like improvised weapons? Like, can I like pistol whip?
Yeah, I'd say you could definitely pistol whip for a D4, but it'll be a fighting brawl instead of like a handgun. So I'm not
So
sure if
my
you're.
normal damage is a D3 for unarmed. So does it just go up to a D4 instead? Is that what it is?
It's normal damage, not a damage bonus.
Mine just says unarmed skill brawl 45 damage 1D3. I don't see where it says damage bonus.
Damage bonus is above your weapons. You do not have one. So yeah, it basically makes it a little bit better. Your guy is a brawler is kind of I think what they're kind of getting at. So yeah, I would say pistol whipping somebody is a little bit more effective than cracking them with your actual fist.
All right, I'm gonna try to brawl the one that's like in combat with us fighting the chair.
Maybe that's what I'll do. You can do a D3 plus one instead of the D4. So you remove doing one damage. Realistically, though, these things with the armor, it doesn't matter. But I'd say a D3 plus one sounds a little bit better.
Well, yeah, that would make it so if I roll a 2 or a 3, I damage it instead of just a 3. So that's pretty good.
Okay, the extreme success is great. And then you do a critical essentially because you rolled the extreme. So you get like the max damage plus the normal damage roll. Plus we said one. So you're gonna do like 5 damage with that strike. As you like strike into, yeah, just to let you know, you can still aim these strikes at the weak point if you want to take the penalty die against these. Um just for those cases, like to keep that in mind. When you strike at it, it's going to take a little bit less damage as you kind of like hit into its armor. But you do see as you kind of like break through some of into like the softer flesh and clearly do some like bludgeoning wounds to it as you smash into the creature. What is Friedrich doing?
He's gonna try to take an aimed shot.
Gotcha. So aim shot here should be a straight roll. So I think it's just the 76 right now. Because you've got a
Oh.
bonus and a penalty. Um yeah, so it's still gonna end up being a miss there from the firearm use. Um the creatures are going to all right. The one on the chair is going to like let go of the chair and it's going to try to bite Larry. So this is again, you could try to fight back. where you need to beat it with a better level of success, or you can dodge, where you just need to equal its level of success. Uh, do you have an idea? Would Larry like to dodge or fight back as it like lets go of the chair leg and tries to bite down into you?
I think I'm in like a bludgeoning rage right now, so I'm gonna try to fight it back.
Gotcha. So let me get a fight back from you as a fighting brawl. I do not have a success, so your success is better than my fail. You do 1 damage plus 1. It's not going to do any damage.
It's all right. It was a moral victory.
Definitely a moral victory as it goes to like bite down on your like forearm where you just smashed it with the pistol butt. You immediately like crack its mouth and it almost like looks at you like a downtrodden puppy dog that you like do the little like tap um to its nose and it's like, "Woo, what did I do wrong?" And then the other one trying to bash through the door. At this point, it's going to basically tear the end of that door off the frame, so it'll be able to get through and get to you guys next turn here. Another fresh round. Are either of you guys firing firearms?
Yeah, Frederick's gonna keep spending his last bullet in the 38 Smith and Wesson. Let's see. Aim
Gotcha.
shot.
You doing an aim shot, just a regular?
Aim shot.
Gotcha. So that'll just be a straight roll, as you've got a bonus and a penalty, and that as well is going to fail.
I'm out of
Ooh,
bullets,
damn
so
it.
I'm planning on doing bludgeoning.
Gotcha. So yeah, it technically acts before you. So if it goes to bite you, oh wait, let me see who it's going to attack out of the two of you. I guess I've got both of them in here. So I've got one on each of you here. They are going to be trying to bite you. So you can make that decision whether you would like to dodge or you would like to fight back. So Larry, fighting back with me, you just need to have a better success level than me. And I have a 40. I think 8 is the extreme of 40. So I don't think you can beat me on this one.
Oh, so do I still need to roll or no?
Not really, because you can't beat the extreme. If you were dodging, you would only have to equal me. So it's gonna do 4 like piercing damage as it bites down onto you, and you'll hear that like clicking as its jaw locks in on you. And you can basically understand like this thing is going to be like thrashing apart, doing more and more damage to your arm if you don't pry it off of your arm and get it off of you. And you'll know that starting on your turn here, where you can attack it and have things turned on it that you have the advantage, or you can try to do a hard strength check to break this thing off of you.
I mean, are we getting the impression that we're like actually hurting this thing, or does it subtract out like 2 damage from our damage every time we hit it?
You need to do the big damage to actually get through its armor.
All right, so it's not the type of thing where you have to just do over 3 damage for the damage to go through. It's the type of thing where it absorbs the first 2 and then the remainder goes through.
Yep.
And does this thing look like it's hurt?
Your critical did hurt it, but I think that's the only thing you guys have done that actually hurt it.
But I mean, like when I look at it, am I like, oh, this thing's almost dead, or is it like just got like some damage to its armor and it's fine?
I mean, you guys can technically probably kill this thing in one solid hit. You would just have to do like max damage.
I mean,
So
the
I would
most
say,
possible damage I can roll in melee improvise is 4. So that would be a maximum of 2 after its armor, right?
Well, that's where I say, like, the extreme success, though, if you did that again and you got the total of 7, you can deal enough, but it's one of those things where you're looking for an extreme success to really do damage to this thing. Much more than that, and you're doing very minimal damage.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go for a bludgeon then. So it would be 4. You said right?
Yeah. And Frederick tried to fire at the last one. So yeah, I think it's going to go back around to a fresh round of what do you guys have in mind to do here? Neither of you have pistols, so I think it goes to the younglings first here.
Actually, I still have my 38 Colt. It's just haven't gotten it like cleared from the.
Gotcha. So that wouldn't even go first anyways, because you would have to clear it first. So they are going to bite down on each of you. So one of these is latched on to Larry. That one is just going to deal a D3 damage. So it's going to do 3 damage to Larry. And then the other one for Frederick. Do you want to dodge? Do you want to fight it? What are you thinking as it goes to bite you?
I'm gonna keep it up with the dodge.
Gotcha. So you just need to tie or best its success. It failed, so nothing happens anyways. So what would you guys like to do this round?
So I think I need to do the wound thing, major wound thing.
Gotcha. Doo, doo, doo.
So what do I roll? Luck roll?
My bad. I'm trying to actually look for it on my um sheet. There we go. Major wound. Oh wait, that's for healing. I didn't actually look this back up again. I'm not ready. All right. If the damage from a single attack, I don't think that would have been it. Why are you saying major wound? Because you're reduced so low?
Oh yeah, I thought it was like if you got hit for a certain amount in one attack, or if your life fell below a certain level.
Yeah, my bad. All I have here is for if you're hit for a certain amount of the attack.
Well, it says condition major wound now. Like before, it didn't say that. But yeah, no biggie. Maybe it just meant if I took 5 in a single shot, it would be a major wound. I don't know.
I think major wounds can't be healed the same way. I don't think I like apply anything else. But again, I didn't like look this up before today's. I don't remember specifically. It's like a small little part of the game when you kind of get here. I did not prepare for a major wound today.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna go for the strength check. I'm gonna try to finish this thing off. Hopefully, get
Okay,
the
yeah,
strength.
that's what it is. If you get to like a death point, major wounds make death like much worse. So having them can be bad. Um, but I think that's part of what it is.
All right. So I'm gonna do the melee brawl with the pistol, and I'm gonna do it an aim shot. I got nothing.
And what did Friedrich do?
Frederick will clear out the malfunction, hopefully, and try to take an aimed shot at the one biting down on Larry.
Gotcha. Roll a luck there. Yeah, nothing. So yeah, it's gonna cycle back around. You've got the jam cleared, so your shot will happen first if you go to use the gun here. Do you want to take a aim shot at a straight roll at the one that is on Larry?
Yeah, I mean, if it's cleared, I'll do it.
Excellent. Go for that. Dear Lord. And then the two of them will do the latch damage to Larry is 3 more, and then the attack on Frederick. Would you like to dodge with Frederick or fight back?
I would like to dodge, but it didn't seem to work.
It failed as well, so nothing will happen there. Um, is Larry still conscious?
Yep, I have 1 hit point left. 1 of 11.
Gotcha. What would you like to do? Do another aim shot trying to bludgeon into its eye?
Oh, it's up to him first.
No, I already attacked. It just does its latch damage.
Oh, isn't he shooting a pistol, so he goes before me?
He already shot and failed. He rolled a 30 on his pistol shot.
Yeah, but that was for last time, right? Because the reason
No,
he didn't shoot first is because he was reloading his pistol. So then he reloaded and shot. And then it was
no,
their
he reloaded and he rolled the luck and did not have a chance to fire that round. So it went to a new round and he took his shot.
I got you. I got you. You didn't specify that's how it worked. That's I think why he was confused that he got to shoot still. Okay, that makes sense. Well, I guess I'll try to break free from it. Is the only thing I can do because otherwise it's gonna automatically down me. So
Gotcha. So do a strength. It is a hard check. You need a half value.
I mean, is it if I hit it for 2 damage, it'll die right now?
You need to hit it for a total of 6 damage for it to take 3 and die.
Oh, so last time, like literally okay, I got you. So it's like impossible.
You do indeed break yourself free of its grasp.
All right, and then that uses up my action basically, but I can still like run away.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna like fall back here towards the stairs and up to the top area. And I'm just gonna let him know if you can't finish one of those things off right now, we gotta run.
So when you go to run, are you intending to run up the lighthouse tower? Or are you planning on like running out, like instead, like through like the front door and leave the cottage?
Well, my first inclination is to like run up, but I guess we know we kind of can't get away from them, so maybe I would want to run towards the boat. I don't really know.
Gotcha. So run like out of the front of the hall and try to make for that yellow boat.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only thing left for like an escape.
Gotcha. So yeah, you can break away there, putting that little bit of distance between yourself. And it's gonna come to Um, do you have any firearms left with Friedrich? Do you have any ammunition, any rounds?
Yeah, I have one bullet left, so I'm gonna use that and then run as hell.
Gotcha. What would you like to do? Are you firing the aim shots at the remaining one that was biting onto Larry? Are you fighting an aimed shot? Are you going for an unaimed and just do the bonus die?
I mean, go for broke. I'm gonna do the aimed shot at the one who was biting down on Larry, and let's see.
I think you guys hit with one, maybe two pistol shots.
Oh, I don't think we hit with
Uh,
any pistol shots. Like
he
the
hit
one
with one of them, but it didn't do enough damage to like bust through their armor.
oh right, yeah.
And then you're breaking out of here as well, right?
Yeah, I'm running with him. Trying to get to that boat.
So I'm gonna go ahead and take two shots with them. Neither of those are gonna matter. You guys can outrun these things. So effectively, when you go to actually run here, you are faster than them. You guys are making distance on them. I would just like you to do a dexterity check to show me how successful you are fleeing them at this point. Larry, can you please roll a luck roll? And then can you roll a dodge for me, Larry? I think you need an extreme success here. Negative. So yeah, as you guys are fleeing and making your way like around the lighthouse and towards kind of what do you think? Go towards the boat you said so to the southern dock. There's a point where Larry slips and just kind of like tumbles a little bit on the rocks. And as he's getting up, you just hear like a and Larry, you get hit by one of these needles, and your vision very quickly goes double. You're kind of like blurred as you're looking around everything, and you're going to have a penalty die for the next 5 rounds. But effectively, you guys are still able to get to the docks before these creatures. And I want from you guys a group luck roll here. Yeah, you guys get to the dock. You see no sign of the Coast Guard. You've got the boat here, and you've got those creatures coming from behind. Um, Hop in the boat and make for sea, and hope you can make it to the mainland.
Yeah, I don't think we got anything else that we can do. I mean, holy shit.
So you can still see that light off on the coast in front of you. The storm is worse than it was the last time you were here. But at some point, the storm does have to start getting better. So hopefully, maybe it will. If you are ready to set off and try to make the crossing, the shortest distance is basically directly towards that little light you have to guide you. And you can make a what was it, vehicle boat check to see how things go. So you have trouble launching the boat at first, and as you are kind of like pushing away, it takes you further and further, like towards like Beacon Island, and almost starts to feel like you are going to go out to sea. Let me get a luck from you, Larry. Yeah, I think we are just going to kind of like fade to black almost with this, as the two of you are like drugged further and further out to sea by the waves here in the storm. And we're just going to kind of like leave it where you two are kind of just like shipwrecked. You don't make it back towards land as the water is like taking you further out to sea. And you know, maybe your people make it back to Massachusetts. Maybe you never did. um One day we perhaps might find out, but that day is not today. But yeah, I hope that was an enjoyable bout into Call of Cthulhu. It's definitely one of those things where I think that's a pretty good representation of a single session kind of game, where there's an investigation. It kind of amps up into you start to feel like you know what's going on. You have a little brawl. You quickly realize that it's never really a good idea to be in a fight if it doesn't end within the few moments of you escalating things.